replacing the very heavy rain we had at Punchestown yesterday. We're off to say a very good afternoon to James Millman.
Bit of a must
Welcome everyone to Tramore, where we're in the parade ring ahead of our opening contest, the David Flynn Construction Maiden Hurdle. Lisa O'Neill alongside me. And Lisa, we'll begin with the Willie Mullins trained More Coco, who was a bumper winner here back in August. Brian Hayes takes the ride today, 11-4 on when he won his bumper here. How big a factor do you think he's going to be here?
Yeah, he has to be a major contender here, Gary. You can see he's got the ear pieces in as well, obviously to keep out a little bit of the noise. Also, he was a horse that travelled really well in his bumper, even over raced maybe just slightly, but he was always close to the pace. He quickened from the road crossing and he won with a real degree of authority that day. This is his debut over hurdles, but he's got to prove himself on this different ground today.
One of 6 runners on the card today for the champion trainer, who's got 4 of the 7 in our featured event. Let's have a look at some of the opposition then to More Coco. It's a race that probably doesn't in truth have a great deal of depth to it. Number 10 we'll show you if we drop back a couple. Spring Evening is a 60 rated flat performer and still a maiden under both codes. Finished down the field in a maiden hurdle at Cork, having shown a bit of promise previously, but had been off the track a long time before that recent return, Lisa. I think might be best watch. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I totally agree, Gary. A horse that's missed plenty of time, may have needed the comeback run and entitled to improve from that. Jordan Gainford on board. He was in the winners' enclosure yesterday, and Yvonne Latte. Yvonne Latte is no stranger to winners around the likes of Tramore, but yeah, one to watch for the moment.
One who must have a decent chance is number 2, Titanium. Pick him up for you here, trained by Kieran Murphy. 5th behind Sky Lord in that maiden hurdle at Cork that we were just talking about there. And a very smart flat horse, 7-time winner on the level. 6 of those came in France, but he did win for Kieran Murphy at Leopardstown in October, won off a mark of 87. So one would imagine he should be able to win a maiden hurdle such as this. What was your feeling about the Cork run, Lisa? Did you take positives from it?
Yeah, I would. I thought he jumped quite well. He was always kind of close to the pace that day, and look, I think he will have learned plenty from it. He is a previous winner on the flat on heavy ground, so he shows he does handle these kind of conditions. I'd expect improvement to come from that debut effort at Cork. The only negative is that himself and the favour, both, I suppose, they have that £8 penalty to carry too.
Number 9 following on behind is Rock on Liam, one of several well-fancied runners today for local trainer Henry de Bromhead. Tipped up in a point-to-point, went in with every chance. That was at Lisrona back in February. Rachel Blackmore on board today in the colours of the Cheeky Pub Syndicate. I suppose automatic respect for this one, Lisa.
Yeah, there has to be, Gary. He's a really good looking type. He's having a look at plenty that's going on around the parade ring as well. Obviously his first start for Henry after being with Paul Kiley. He was a faller when still holding every chance at the last. That was in Lisrona. Obviously he has a bit of a break to overcome, making his racecourse debut, but he's a full brother to the Grade 2 novice hurler Captain Cody. So he's got the pedigree as well, Gary.
Just check out a couple more before we wrap up. Number 4 is just about to come by us here. That's Sam Curling's newcomer, Glenmore River. Well related, Mount Nelson gelding. I suppose could be of interest if there was market support, Lisa. What do we think?
Yeah, potentially. Obviously he's making his racecourse debut today, from the family of Identity Thief. Cost €17,000 as a foal, purchased by David Connors, running in those colours as well. And Philip Enright is on board. He's got the cross nose band on, and he's got the happy bit on too.
3 is Henry de Bromhead's other runner, Captain Ryan Matt, who's got a hood on here for his rules debut. Pulled up in a point-to-point. Mike O'Connor rides him. And one more we might have a look at is 14. Is just passing us here. That's Kilbarry Cece, a mare trained by Con O'Keefe, another local horse, rated 102. Promising some of her runs, Lisa, but a bit hit and miss. Would that be fair?
Yeah, no, it is fair. She's got the earplugs in as well, similar to the favourite. Keen Quirk on board, takes £5 off, and bred by Con O'Keefe herself. Respectable efforts in 3 starts, and she's an official rating of 102, so you have to consider her.
Okay, and our finale race 7, Aegon Maze.
Thank you, Angus. Yes, there's a couple of the runners making their way down to the start. Kentucky Beach in the familiar Hardy Eustace colours. Officially running here for the Corella Syndicate, and Cared as de Cugny also amongst those making their way down to the start. Lisa's with me here, and we had a look at them in the parade ring a short time ago. Lisa, was there a standout for you in the prelims?
Quite liked Henry's horse Rock on Leam, obviously making his racecourse debut. There's been market support for him as well, Gary. Thought he was a really good looking type. He was obviously having a look at things around the parade ring as well, but he was a faller in a point. He came down when he still held every chance at the last. That was in Lisrona when he was with Paul Kiley. He makes his debut for Henry today. Obviously, he's got a little bit of a break to overcome. He is making his racecourse debut over hurls, but Rachel Blackmore in the plate. He's a full brother to the Grade 2 novice winner, Captain Cody, as well. You can see him there in the blue and the yellow, just having a look at the practice hurl, and he's a nice bit of size and scope about him. I thought he did stand out.
Yes, there is Rock on Leam, one of several well-fancy runners from the Bromhead Sable here this afternoon. And Titanium, a very interesting contender here as well, having shown a bit of promise on his hurdles bow at Cork on Hillyway Chase. They beaten 18 odd lengths in the final reckoning that day by Sky Lord, who is also trained by Henry de Bromhead. Looks an exciting prospect, but that experience won't be lost on him. And horse rate in the 90s on the level, Lisa. Is there a case to be made for him being a big price here at 7-1?
Yeah, if he can transfer some of that ability that he's shown on the level over hurls today. I thought there was certainly positives to take from that Cork run when he did make his debut over hurls. I thought he jumped relatively well. That was 3.5 weeks ago. I think he will have learned plenty from that. Owen Walsh back in the plate for Kieran Murphy, and I would expect improvement to come from that run. Obviously, he's got to carry that winner's penalty, so he's £8 penalty to carry. But he's lining up to the 4. He certainly has to consider him, considering he's proven himself on heavy ground in the past on the flat too.
Number 10 on the left of shot there, Spring Evening, was pretty much on his toes in the parade room when jockey Jordan Gainford went to get on board. Jordan, who won the opening race at Punchestown yesterday on Shannon Royale, 60 rated flat performer Spring Evening, but was tailed off in that race contested by Titanium at Cork last month. And Henry de Bromhead's other runner just towards the back there, the white with the red triple diamond, that's Captain Ryan Matt, the Finnissy gelding, who's not been neglected in the market here, actually around about an 8-1 shot currently. Captain Ryan Matt with Mike O'Connor in the plate. Mike, who was due to ride Manella Indo in the big race later on, unfortunately he misses out now. More Coco for William Mullins, and Brian Hayes, the course bumper winner, is lining up to be prone in much different conditions today, Lisa. Would that be a concern for him?
I think it has to be. He's got those earplugs in as well, because he was quite keen in his bumper. He travelled quite strongly throughout. He can't afford to over-race in these kind of conditions today. He's obviously making his debut over hurls, but look, he's shown plenty of ability to win a bumper, and Willie Mullins has won the last 5 runnings of this race with decent types in the past, the likes of El Fabiolo and Sant Roy a few years ago. So he has to be a major contender here.
Right then, our commentator is Peter O'Hare. Let's join him for the first Irish race of 2025.
And they're off. For 2025, the David Flynn Construction Maiden hurl over an extended 2 miles as they head to their first flight. Sharing the lead, Rock on Leam towards the outside, towards the inner, Kilbarry Cece. Close up between horses is More Coco as they continue up the straight to flight number 2, the flight in front of the stands. And away from it, spread across the track towards the centre, More Coco, stand side, the blue and yellow colours of Rock on Leam. Over on the inner, the green and pink of Kilbarry Cece. They're followed into the turn by Titanium. First of the greys is Kentucky Beach to the inside of Cabra Road. Length and a half or 2 then to Man of Action. And behind them as they run uphill to flight number 3 is Take 2 to 1. Alongside is Moonis. Behind them Black Fern as they near this third flight and head to the top turn. Kilbarry Cece led over it from More Coco. Wider still Rock on Leam. And they're tracked to the top turn that'll bring them to the 4th by Titanium. Behind them Kentucky Beach. The outside red and white of Cabra Road. The second grey is Man of Action. Then Moonist on the inside is Take 2 to 1 as they clear that flight and begin the downhill run. Behind that group is Betty's Butte. Then Captain Ryan Matt in white and red, and then Black Fern. Behind Black Fern is Spring Evening. Last but one at this stage is Glenmore River. And bringing up the rear is Caridad de Sunyi. They're well strung out as they continue downhill to the turn. It'll bring them across the bottom of the track. And Rachel Blackmore has taken Rock on Liam to the front, around the outside. Kilbarry CC, Keane Quirk towards the inner. On the outside of that one is More Coco, Brian Hayes, the leading trio, followed around the turn by Titanium, Owen Walsh in fourth spot. Then Kentucky Beach, Simon Torrens, a break then of about 2 lengths to Cabra Road, Philip Burns to the inside of Man of Action, Johnny Barry. Then Take 2 to 1 and Turlock O'Connor towards the inside of Moonis and Hugh Morgan as they head across. Nearing the first of the 2 flights that bring them up the straight. Rock on Liam towards the outside leads them, tracked by More Coco. Over towards the inside is Kilbarry CC. Titanium remains fourth, and then Kentucky Beach as they jump the flight. That'll be the last one next time. Head up to past the judge. Rock on Liam towards the outside, tracked by Market Rival More Coco. Over on the inside, Kilbarry CC, less than 3 lengths away to Titanium, a bit more than 3 to Kentucky Beach. A break of about 4 lengths then to Cabra Road as they begin the uphill run, starting on their final circuit with 4 flights to jump. Not much to choose now between Rock on Liam to the outside, Kilbarry CC the inner. They're tracked by Coco Beach and Titanium, a break of a few lengths then to Kentucky Beach as they jump this flight. Rock on Liam on the outside led narrowly, Kilbarry CC keeping to the inner. Chasing them More Coco with Titanium, a break then of a few lengths to Kentucky Beach in 5th spot, and a further gap of about 4 to Take 2 to 1 as they go to the third last flight. Kilbarry CC by less than half a length. Rock on Liam in second, just over a length away in third spot is More Coco. Titanium chases them in fourth, Kentucky Beach, and behind Kentucky Beach as they run downhill trying to make some headway in the white and red is Captain Ryan Matt. And then Take 2 to 1 in a clear break then to Cabra Road as they continue with less than half a mile to race, running to the far elbow that'll bring them across the bottom of the track. Kilbarry CC by less than a length. Rock on Liam second. More Coco, Titanium. Close up behind him is Kentucky Beach trying to get into it. Take 2 to 1. Nudged along the outside Captain Ryan Matt as they make the swing across the bottom of the track with 2 to jump. On the rail, Kilbarry CC to the outside, Rock on Liam. Between horses, boats challenging More Coco and Titanium. Just behind them is Kentucky Beach as they come to jump the second last flight. Kilbarry CC towards the inside. Coming through in the centre to challenge is More Coco. Rock on Liam has come under pressure. Treasure Beach is next as they head uphill with 1 to jump. More Coco and Kilbarry CC fighting it out as they jump the last. More Coco to the outside leads. Kilbarry CC in second. Treasure Beach staying on behind them in third, but with less than 100 yards to race, More Coco will win the opener of 2025 for Willie Mullins and Brian Hayes. Second for Kilbarry CC. Third spot was Kentucky Beach.
Yes, More Coco is now 2 from 2 here at Tramore. Returns at 6 to 4 here on his hurdles debut, and he's coped really well with much different conditions today, having scored on good yielding on his debut. Confidently ridden by Brian Hayes. His main market rival has ultimately disappointed here, Rock on Liam, but More Coco couldn't do much more, I don't think, Lisa, than put these away with the minimum of fuss, could he?
No, the main protagonists were always to the fore, Gary. Obviously, Kilbarry CC elected to go the inside. Brian Hayes went out with a plan to go on the outer along with Rachel Blackmore. And down to the second last, a little bit untidy by the favourite More Coco, but he looked fuller running at this stage. And yet again, he's won with a degree of authority. He's picked up from the road crossing all the way down to the last. In fairness to Kilbarry CC, she didn't just fold. In fairness, she kept finding leaning to her left at times as well. But this winner is very easy, facile success for the favourite.
Yes, More Coco winning very authoritatively indeed, successfully conceding weight to all bar one of his rivals today. Kilbarry CC rated 102. I suppose gives the form a little bit of context. And a bit disappointing, I would have said, the way Rock on Liam cut out Lisa seemed to get very tired there, going to 2 out, and wandered about from that point on. Titanium, who made a few mistakes, backed out of it pretty tamely as well. I don't know, was there a huge amount of depth to it, but that's, as I say, to take nothing away from the winner. How high do you think realistically more Coco might be able to go?
I think he could be well capable of acquitting himself well in graded company, to be honest, Gary. Obviously, this is his debut over hurls. I'd imagine there's plenty of progression from him. Obviously, he's proven himself on varying ground conditions too. I would just question the form a little bit, but I like what he's done. And look, he's you can only beat what's there today in front of him, and he's done it quite decisively in the end. And I'd expect plenty of positives to take from it.
And he returns at 6-4 for the owners, not 1 but 2. 6-4, joint favourite in the end with Rock on Liam, who attracted plenty of market support, but in the end was well beaten off as More Coco has taken our opener. Need the second.
Mary Ellen Doyle, of course, back in Kildare, back in February of last season. She jumped well, she showed a good attitude. She had a red hood on her in the preliminaries beforehand. That was wore, of course, obviously at Navan as well. That's been dispensed now down at the start. But fine individual, she's by Bucks Boom, cost 110 grand after winning her pint. And say more on her plate here this afternoon, but she done it well. And I liked her attitude. It wasn't the strongest of maiden hurls, but nonetheless she got off the mark in good style on her racecourse and stable debut. Casta Spell is interesting, most experienced of these rivals. She's a 3-time winner, of course. She's won on the flat as well, a maiden. That was during the autumn campaign. And she got off the mark over hurdles 3 runs ago, and then was thrown in the deep end into the Grade 2 Royal Bond, where she was well beaten on that occasion. Thought ran well in Morecambe Waters behind Glen Killen in handicap company, her most recent start at Navan. She's having her 12th start. And Monjabello is very interesting from the Stuart Crawford yard. First run since beating Clodder's Dream of Gordon Elliott's. I think that's rated around 124. And that was at Perth, over 2.5 miles back in June. Dual winner, won a bumper at Down Royal. That was over 2-1. Won over 2.5 as well. And as I said, it was good ground when it won. Disappointing run, of course, wasn't that graded mare's bumper at Aintree back in April time. But Stuart Crawford horses, she looked quite fit in the parade ring as well too. And after her break, she's obviously an interesting filly as well. But Magic Boom, I'd imagine, won't let Paul Townend have an easy thing in the front end. But she does have to bounce back from a disappointing effort that day. Let's go up to Jerry.
On the run to the first flight, it is Aurora Vega, and on the outside is Casta Spell, followed by Magic Boom, and to the inside Monjabello as they link up with flight 1, over which the leader is Aurora Vega from Casta Spell, Magic Boom, to Grey Monjabello in 4th, with a couple of lengths to Chautauqua, and bringing up the rear is Unique Frequency. A circular race. They make the bend towards flight number 2. Aurora Vega and Paul Townend just with the lead from Casta Spell and Donna Myler. Third is Magic Boom and Sam Ewing, followed then by Monjabello and JJ Slevin. After them, the nose bandit Chautauqua and Daniel King, and trading the field is 7, Unique Frequency and Harry Sexton. Setting their sights on flight number 2, Aurora Vega, Casta Spell, Magic Boom. Over tentatively in 4th was Monjabello, followed by Chautauqua, and last of all is Unique Frequency. On rising ground to flight number 3, far from fluent Aurora Vega. Leads away Casta Spell, Magic Boom, Monjabello, Chautauqua, Unique Frequency. Little or no changes in the order as they complete their jumping along the side of the track. And it's Aurora Vega leading up to the bend, Cast a Spell. Third is Magic Boom, and then Monjabello, Chautauqua, and Unique Frequency. They're at the top of the course, 10 furlongs to go. They're wishing everyone a healthy 2025 Mares Hurdle over 2 miles. Aurora Vega leads by neck to Cast a Spell. A couple of lengths in front of Magic Boom, and then Monjabello, Chautauqua leaving behind Unique Frequency. Descending towards the halfway stage in the next flight, Aurora Vega by a neck to a half of a Cast a Spell, couple in front of Magic Boom, and then Monjabello, Chautauqua, Unique Frequency. Still not a single change in the order of running. Approaching the next flight, Aurora Vega with a slender advantage over Cast a Spell and Magic Boom. Monjabello is next, and then Chautauqua and Unique Frequency. Continuing on towards the fourth last flight. Matching strides, Aurora Vega and Cast a Spell, 2.5 in front of Magic Boom. And then Monjabello, Chautauqua over carefully in fifth, and then Unique Frequency. As they make tracks to the flight on the home straight. Aurora Vega has re-established a neck to a half advantage over Cast a Spell with over 5 furlongs to go. Close in third is Magic Boom, and then Monjabello, Chautauqua, and Unique Frequency has always been last. Coming to the third last flight, Aurora Vega, Cast a Spell, still first and second, followed by Magic Boom. As they jump the flight, bringing them for home. Then Monjabello, shaken up in fifth, is Chautauqua, Unique Frequency blundered as they run round the home turn. 2 flights left to jump, wishing everyone a healthy 2025 Mares Hurdle. And it's Aurora Vega who will hit the straight in the lead by under a length. To Cast a Spell, who's now squeezed along in second. Also being shaken up in third is Magic Boom, and then Chautauqua, who goes by Monjabello. Racing towards the second last, Aurora Vega and Paul Townend. From Cast a Spell, who's hanging on in there, mistakes Monjabello and Chautauqua with a Magic Boom in between the last 2 flights as they pass their point of departure. Aurora Vega from Cast a Spell. Third is Monjabello, gone clear from Magic Boom and Chautauqua. And nearing the final flight in the opener, it's Aurora Vega over the last from Cast a Spell and Monjabello, who are both bearing down. 150 yards to go. Chautauqua's lost Daniel King at the last, but it's Aurora Vega containing Monjabello and Cast a Spell. Whatever ailed her last time, Aurora Vega gets back on track, making all from Monjabello, Cast a Spell. Daniel King's fine, he's walking back to us.
Yeah, it's good news to hear that Daniel King and Chautauqua are none the worse from that last fall. But good performance by Aurora Vega. She missed a hurdle or two along the way, to be fair to her, but otherwise she's dictated on the front end, and she looked a lot more enthusiastic today than she done in that below par effort, of course, at Wexford on her most recent start back in October. She was found to be clinically abnormal on that occasion. This is her 5th win of her career. This triple bumper winner out of the great mare Quevega, and a full sister, of course, to the ill-fated Facile Vega as well. But she's done it the hard way here this afternoon. It just thought momentarily coming down to the last, she's just got in a little bit deep to it, and I thought momentarily Monjabello, who's run a cracker back in second, was just going to throw down the challenge. But Monjabello's entitled to come forward from the run, although it looked quite fit in the parade ring as well. It was his first run since June time. Cast a Spell, she's kept her odds on favoured honest all the way as well. She's run a solid race, to be fair to her, and one thing about her is that she travelled really well today, because she's a mare who sometimes races behind the bridle, and she's run a solid race. Magic Boom is the disappointing one of it. Hasn't built from that run, that win on her first start for Gordon Elliott, and always looked to me that there was she was out of her comfort zone. They looked like they were going to half a stride too quick for Sam Ewing, as there at Sufferance sitting in third. But as you can see, he's well beat now at this stage, coming down to the last. Dunamiler kept the winner honest all the way, kept trying to match him, not let Paul Townend have his own way. You can just see Daniel King being dislodged at the last, but say it was relatively straightforward for odds on favourite. Aurora Vega wins in the colours of the Hammer and Trowel Syndicate, and that's her 5th win on her 8th time of asking. Gives Willie Mullins a quick fire opening race double. between Tramore and Fairyhouse 2025. There's a beaming Paul Townend coming back in. And Aurora Vega, she's got the job done. She's now 2 from 3 over hurdles. And as I say, quite similar to her dam. She's not the biggest in the world, but she's got an engine. As I said, that was just a completely below par effort, and she's found to be clinically abnormal on her most recent start. But she bounces back here in good style and gets the job done. And it could be the start of a good day for trainer Willie Mullins and a stable jockey Paul Townend. And good to see Willie Mullins here actually this afternoon. And he's come to Fairyhouse like a stable jockey instead of heading to Tramore. And Connections couldn't have got off to a better start here in 2025. Big run from the runner-up, Montebello, who's on a cracker in second, considering first run since June time. And Cast a Spell has run another solid race back in third. Magic Boom, the disappointing one of the runners.
We're on to the Jimmy Shanahan Memorial Handicap Hurdle here at Tramore. Good prize money here, 20 grand on offer for this one. It's for horses rated up to 120, and we're looking at Diamond Nora from the Declan Queally yard, which had a good time of things over Christmas. They're amongst the winners at the Leopardstown and Limerick festivals. Very impressive winner in the final event at Leopardstown. That mare looks bound for the Dublin Racing Festival. Diamond Nora is not in her league on what we know of her so far, but relatively early days, Lisa, and she has won 2 of her 5 starts under rules, the latest of them at Limerick, and that form's been boosted. Yeah,
I thought it was a very impressive performance by her under what were different tactics to what we've seen her win her maiden hurl in Ballinrobe off. I thought when she got the split, I suppose she followed the favourite down the straight, got the split, jumped the last well, and showed a really good attitude. She's gone up £7, and I think she may have more to offer, to be honest, Gary. Philip Donovan on board takes over from Neil McKenna today.
Yes, he's able to claim £5 as well as Philip, and he had a big win himself on Dancing Jeremy at Limerick over the Christmas period. Weights are headed here by Whiskey Wealth, who is a previous winner here tomorrow, one on this card actually a couple of years ago. Number 1 just coming towards us here now. Trained by Terence O'Brien and John Shinnick on board. He's back over the smaller obstacles today, having run in a chase at Fairyhouse last time, a valuable contest at their big winter festival weekend. Pulled up that day, but went off just 7-1, and he does have a lower mark to work with in this discipline. Last hurdle run wasn't too bad either, Lisa, was it?
No, it wasn't, Gary. The only negative is that he was behind Rockbrook. He was 5th that day. He was beaten 4.5 lengths. He does have maybe a slightly better pull at the weights this time round with Rockbrook. So that should probably help him, but testing ground is key to him. He's very effective on these heavy conditions.
Number 10 is the next one. That's A class for local trainer John Flavin, whose Midnight Hour Fred ran a brilliant race in the Paddy Power Chase at Leopardstown to finish second to the well-handicapped Percival Le Gallois. Bit of a dark horse, I suppose, Lisa. Handicap debut today.
Yeah, he has to come into the reckoning, considering John Flavin, he's a local trainer here. He likes to have winners at this track as well. So he's not one to be ignored. He did show an OK run in Bumper Company, so he's shown glimmers of ability in the past. So very well could step forward.
Let's just swing left if we can. We'll pick up Rockbrook for you, number 8 here, the Galway winner. We haven't seen him since then. What's your feeling about him on the back of that, Lisa?
Yeah, look, he's another horse that soft ground is key to as well, Gary. Aidan Kelly on board takes £5 off. He's gone up £6 for that win at Galway, so he is running off a career high mark as well. I'd imagine he's going to be a pace angle, and they'll make plenty of use because he stays really well.
Last few just filing out, and the final one to leave the parade ring is going to be Whiskey Wealth. It is 100 to 30 the field then for this Jimmy Shanahan Memorial Handicap Hurdle, and Whiskey Wealth it is, who currently heads the betting just ahead of Belle the Lioness. We didn't get a chance to see her in the parade ring. Belle the Lioness, it's her seasonal debut. She's been off the track since running at Ballinrobe in the spring. She is a 2-time winner, Belle the Lioness, but kind of patchy enough profile, Lisa. I'm actually not sure how I feel about her chance today, but she's obviously only trained up the road. Would you imagine this will have been a target for her?
I would have thought so. I'd say things haven't been straightforward with her because she was actually runner-up in this race last year off a pound lower mark. So she's running a pound higher off what she ran in this race off last year. She's only seen twice since, so we haven't got to see a whole pile of her. And both of those runs since this race last year were disappointing efforts. So yeah, I can completely understand. It's probably hard to be fully confident in her chances, but she does run well fresh, so that's a positive, and she does handle this ground. She looks as if she's going to be ridden good and prominent too.
Diamond Nora quite weak in the market here on her reappearance after that win at Limerick. And the other one who's prominent in the betting is Dark Note, who's a 3-time winner, once over jumps and 2 on the flat. Third behind Jeannie Macaroni on his latest start, a third-less Jeannie Macaroni, the horse that Diamond Nora beat when she won at Limerick previously. £1 higher today. Adam Ryan claiming once again, and the visor which was worn there is retained. Can you see the case for him?
Yeah, I can. I'm just not convinced if Deep Winter Ground is what he really wants. But he has got good course for him here at Tramore. He hasn't finished out of the money on all 3 runs at this track as well, so that has to be an advantage for him. Adam Ryan on board, he takes a valuable £7 off his back, which will help him also. But look, he's run well in defeat a number of times, Gary. But another one that's probably a little bit in and out with his form. The visors seem to obviously help him a little bit, and he was obviously behind Gina Macaroni. That form seems to be working out the last time we've seen him.
So they're on the way into the tape, still just a little bit ahead of time here. Irish Blaze, one of those lining up to be handy here, and A-Class there in the orange with the green spots and sleeves. Very interesting contender here on handicap debut. Not neglected in the market either, around about 12 to 1 A-Class. As they edge forward, Whiskey Wealth possibly just going to shade favouritism. Peter O'Hare with the call.
White flag up, off and racing for race 2, the Jimmy Shanahan Memorial Handicap Hurl. Over just short of 2 miles and 1, spread across the track as they jump the first. Rockbrook, Dr. Nightingale close up with the noseband. Irish Blaze is there in the centre. Whiskey Wealth close on the outside with A-Class. As they come to jump number 2 and head up in front of the enclosures. Rockbrook over towards the far side in the red and yellow with the noseband, Dr. Nightingale. In the centre, Irish Blaze, Whiskey Wealth and A-Class close up. Belle the Lioness with the white cap on the outside of Dark Note. They're followed into the turn by Diamond Nora and Splendid Choice, the final pair, as they sort themselves out and run uphill to the third. Rockbrook taking them along towards the inside, close up. Irish Blaze on their heels. Dr. Nightingale, Whiskey Wealth is wide of the leaders. A-Class just behind them with Dark Note, Diamond Nora. Belle the Lioness made a slight mistake as they make the top turn and approach the flight opposite the stands, number 4. Rockbrook and Aidan Kelly in the lead by little less than a length to Dr. Nightingale. Cian Cullinan in second, and the outside Irish Blaze. Jordan Gainford sharing second spot, a length away then to Dark Note and Adam Ryan. Whiskey Wealth, John Shinnick in fifth, ahead of A-Class and Cian Quirk, the final trio. Belle the Lioness, Rachel Blackmore, the white and green of Splendid Choice, Simon Torrens, and just the back marker, Diamond Nora and Philip Donovan, as they continue to the elbow. That'll bring them across the bottom of the track. Rockbrook by almost 2 lengths. Dr. Nightingale second. Dark Note has edged up into third. Fourth spot for Irish Blaze. Splendid Choice a bit closer. Then Whiskey Welter on the outside of A-Class. Diamond Nora nudged along for a few strides on the bend. Belle the Lioness as they head across on the approach to the straight, nearing the completion of a circuit and heading to flight number 5. Rockbrook in the red and yellow leads from Dr. Nightingale with the noseband. Blue and white colours towards the inside, Dark Note tracking them. Splendid Choice alongside. A-Class has improved again. Irish Blaze there towards the outside. And then Diamond Nora, Whiskey Wealth and Belle the Lioness as they jump the flight. That'll be the last one after a circuit. And Rockbrook continues to show the way. Dr. Nightingale in second. Up on the outside, A-Class. Blue and white on the inner is Dark Note, sharing third spot. The next trio, Irish Blaze to the outside, Whiskey Wealth in the centre, and on the inside, the green and white of Splendid Choice. Diamond Nora next in the break of 2.5 to driven along Belle the Lioness as they run uphill for the final time in the Jimmy Shanahan Memorial Handicap Hurl. They have 4 to jump. Rockbrook leads. Dr. Nightingale, Dark Note to the inside. A-Class pushed up on the outer. A break then of a few lengths to Whiskey Wealth. Diamond Nora, Splendid Choice. Irish Blaze has dropped back and they're clear of Belle the Lioness. As they make the top turn and head for the third last flight, out in front, Rockbrook leads by about 4 lengths. Leading the chase is A-Class, and then Dark Note landing third. Diamond Nora trying to make a bit of headway. Dr. Nightingale is weakened, passed by Whiskey Wealth, and they're cleared of Irish Blaze, Splendid Choice. Belle the Lioness pulled up before that flight. As they continue downhill with half a mile to race, a long run to the second last. Rockbrook has been in front for most of the journey, leads by over 3 lengths. A-Class is second. Dark Note third. Diamond Nora 4, Whiskey Wealth 5, and they have it between them clear of Dr. Nightingale as they head to the elbow. Rockbrook still leads. The lead is down to about 2.5 lengths. A-Class in second. On the inside, Dark Note trying to get through. Pushed along in fourth is Diamond Nora, a breakdown of 4 or 5 lengths to Whiskey Wealth as they head across the bottom of the track. They're approaching the second last flight, and Rockbrook leads, chased by A-Class, Dark Note, Diamond Nora on the outside back and forth as they jump to second last. Rockbrook out in front by 2.5 lengths. A-Class, Dark Note trying to close. Diamond Nora is staying on as they head uphill to the final flight. Out in front, Rockbrook. From A-Class, Diamond Nora stays on, but Rockbrook over and clear. A-Class pressed for the second by Diamond Nora, but with less than 100 yards to race, Rockbrook has been in front for most of the way for Aidan Kelly. Wins well for Philip Rothwell. Diamond Nora for second, A-Class third, Dark Note fourth.
Rockbrook has been produced in good shape here by trainer Philip Rothwell to follow up his win at Galway. Third career success all told for this 8-year-old gelding, who was up there on the sharp end all the way under Aidan Kelly and scores here at odds of 9-2. A-Class gave chase down the hill into the dip, and he's run well on his handicap debut. It certainly looks as though to be a similar race to be picked up with him. And given the market weakness, Lisa, I think Diamond Nora has emerged with a bit of credit here too. What was your take on it all?
Yeah, I think she has, considering where she was positioned throughout the race, because she was probably the only one that was able to come from the back of the field. Aidan Kelly jumped out. He controlled the pace at the front end on a horse that has proven his stamina in the past. He's proven himself on this ground also. He had loads of conditions in his favour, and he's actually won with loads in hand as well. I think Diamond Nora has certainly acquitted herself really well, as has the handicap debutant for the John Flavin team, A-Class, who I definitely agree is capable of winning at this level in the future.
Dark Note was still in there pitching as they went to 2 out as well, but maybe Lisa's concerns about very testing ground for him might have been borne out. He just started the paddle from that point on and backed out of it, whereas Rockbrook, who copes well with these sort of conditions, has stayed on relentlessly to score here for the GVD syndicate. Aidan Kelly wouldn't have ridden much, I would have thought, for Philip Rothwell previously. Would you, Lisa? No,
I wouldn't have thought so. But look, he's a valuable £5 claim, and he's certainly taken every opportunity he gets when they come his way. I think he returned from injury not too long ago, maybe couple of weeks before Christmas also. But Philip Rothwell's yard seemed to be in fantastic form, and I think he's a couple more runners on the card later on.
Absolutely. There are winning connections then. Rockbrook at 9-2, and the way he's won there, he might not be finished yet. Thanks.
I just think there's more on his plate here. There's some more bumpers that he was running well in without getting his head in front. He was third Cappuccino, obviously Listall as well. Sean Flanagan on board for a second time here this afternoon, and I imagine after that initial run, his jumping would have sharpened up, and he was well beaten by James's Gate, but James's Gate's a smart horse on his day, and obviously comes into the reckoning today. Number 3, Come Walk With Me. So that was a cracking run. First run went into my notebook as definitely a horse that was going to win plenty of races along the way. That was the maiden hurdle at Jasmine DeVoe, Cheltenham bumper winner, won first run of the season, first run over hurdles back in early December. The second enabler, we saw him get off the mark, just holding on from I Am Lorenzo at Leopardstown the other afternoon, and work ahead, he was back in third. I was very impressed with that performance of Henry de Bromhead's on the opening day of the Leopardstown Christmas Festival, St. Stephen's Day, when bouncing out, making all. Now, Come Walk With Me was ridden patiently, was quite novice-y, beaten 24 lengths, but I just like the way he finished off the race, the son of Walk in the Park, and he's definitely a horse that there'll be races to be won with him. This race has caught up a bit, obviously, with a couple of absentees, Henry de Bromhead's and Colin Murphy's, and obviously Gramad of Gordon Elliott's. It looks like the last two go down, making his way down to join the rest of the field. 16, Patty O'Farrell from the Peter Marr stable. Sean O'Keefe on board, and that was obviously the last two arrived down to the start. Of course, Willie Mullins won this last season with I Will Be By, beating My Trump Card, who we'll see him over fences. Well, looks a cracking beginner's chaser, second last race of the afternoon. Champ Kiley, his first run in nearly 2 years as well. And strong at the top of the market. His number 11 Sounds Victorious. And Willie Mullins bidding for an opening race double. And number 2, Kokovic, worth to mention with a view to the future as well. Won upon a pint, hooded for stable debut. Won upon a pint, second time of asking. That's with his former trainer Paul Power, subsequently bought for 25 grand. Conor McNamara teaming up with his dad Eric, but it's a one to keep an eye on with a view to the future. So we're not too far away from post time here on what's a well-attended New Year's Day here at Fairyhouse. Great crowd, and obviously a lot better day today than it was in Punchestown yesterday for New Year's Eve. With heavy rain throughout the afternoon. Looks like number 1, Champagne Kid, is going to be ridden quite prominently also for start over hurdles. As I say, at a decent level of form and bumpers, and got off the mark on 4th time of asking. And take out Arctic Lane, there probably wasn't much strength and depth in behind, but Arctic Lane unseated in the handicap hurdle. And his handicap debut at Leopardstown, and the rest was won by Old Man Dingle of Owen Griffins on the final day of the Leopardstown Christmas Festival. Paul Townend's obviously going to be good and forward as well on Willie Mullins' runner, as it looks like General Glee from the Tom Givney yard was well beaten in a bumper here by William Butler back in November time. And white flags raised. Let's get up to Jerry.
2.5 miles to go. The ITM Irish Stallion Trail, 10th to 11th of January maiden hurdle. On they come towards the first flight. It is General Glee. Alongside his Sounds Victorious. With them on the inner is Champagne Kid. There's General Glee just across in front of the favourite Sounds Victorious as they come on the approach to the straight. Followed by Champagne Kid and then Supreme Ruler. These are tracked by Mr. Frosty, and Glenetti is next, followed by Come Walk With Me, and then Drumineer Smurfy. To the inside is Coco Vic. Matched in Sounds Victorious and General Glee, a little more than a length in front of Champagne Kid, who's followed by Mr. Frosty, and then Supreme Ruler. Come Walk With Me, Glenetti, Coco Vic. Coming up to their final 2 miles, a little between Sounds Victorious and General Glee, followed by Champagne Kid. In the middle of the course is Come Walk With Me, who's improved, and Mr. Frosty, Supreme Ruler, Coco Vic next. These are followed by Roxburgh River, Supreme Ruler, dived at that flight as they race up to pass the winning post. Having jumped 3, very little between Sounds Victorious, who runs the rail. 1 out from it is General Glee. 2 in front of Champagne Kid, Come Walk With Me, Mr. Frosty, Supreme Ruler, Roxburgh River is next, followed by Patty O'Farrell, and then Glenetti, Coco Vic, and Drumineer Smurfy. And at the rear, is Johannes Jean. Heading away from the stands to the first of 3 uphill flights, and it sounds victorious. Paul Townend mixing the lead with General Glee and Kieran Buckley. Break of a length to Champagne Kid and Paddy O'Brien in third. Come Walk With Me is over in fourth, and then Mr. Frosty, who's followed by Patty O'Farrell, who's picked up some ground, and Supreme Ruler, Roxbury River, Glenetti, Coco Vic, Johannes Jean, and Drumineer Smurfy knocked back to last place. Heading to the last of 3 in this line. Into it together, sounds victorious, General Glee, followed by Champagne Kid, Little has changed up front. And then Come Walk With Me, Mr. Frosty, Supreme Ruler and Patty O'Farrell. Roxbury Rivers on the outside of Glenetti as they reach the halfway stage. Race 2, over 2.5 miles, the ITM Irish Stallion Trail, 10th to 11th of January maiden hurdle. Together, sounds victorious, General Glee, break of a length and a half to Come Walk With Me, who joins Champagne Kid for that third spot. 3 lengths to Mr. Frosty, then Supreme Ruler, Glenetti, Roxbury River and Patty O'Farrell, and then Johannes Jean, Coco Vic, and finally Drumineer Smurfy. Continuing this good run at the 4th last flight. Nothing between Sounds Victorious and General Glee. Length and a half up on the next pairing. Come Walk With Me and Champagne Kid, the Blue Jacket, followed by Mr. Frosty and Supreme Ruler. Glenetti's on the outside of Patty O'Farrell. After Patty O'Farrell is Roxbury River, and then Johannes Jean. Drumineer Smurfy swaps last with Coco Vic. Less than 7 furlongs to go. 4 flights to jump. Sounds victorious with a slender advantage over the next. From General Glee, Come Walk With Me is followed by Champagne Kid. And then Mr. Frosty and Supreme Ruler. 6 furlongs to go. Glenetti is after them with Patty O'Farrell, Johannes Jean and Roxbury River. Coco Vic and Drumineer Smurfy. 5 furlongs to go. Approaching the 3rd last flight. It was their first. Still head and head. Sounds victorious, General Glee. Length up and Come Walk With Me and Champagne Kid. 2 lengths back to Mr. Frosty. Supreme Ruler and Glenetti next. Gone on from Roxbury River, and then Patty O'Farrell and Johannes Jean next. Running round the home turn. Sounds Victorious has a new companion now in the shape of Come Walk With Me, who joins issue. Struggling to lie up with the leaders now is General Glee. And then Mr. Frosty being followed by Champagne Kid. Edging into contention, Supreme Ruler. Getting reminders is Glenetti. In line for the final 2 flights. On the left, White Sleeve Sounds Victorious, out jumped by Come Walk With Me. Followed then by Champagne Kid, who's bearing down on them on the outside. Then Mr. Frosty and Supreme Ruler. Less than 2 furlongs to race and 1 flight to jump. And it is Sounds Victorious responding well on the inside. Comes back on terms with Come Walk With Me. The final flight, nothing between them now. 200 yards to go. Mr. Frosty, a bad mistake, and Sounds Victorious has been lifted back to the front by Paul Townend. Has raced on again from Come Walk With Me. Sounds Victorious turned over at odds on last time. Gains compensation here, bringing up a quick double for Paul Townend and Willie Mullins. Come Walk With Me, second, Champagne Kid in third.
Yeah, it's a good start for 2025 for champion trainer Willie Mullins and a stable jockey Paul Townend. And this didn't look likely if he'd taken the long odds on price about Sounds Victorious turning in. He can improve plenty jumping wise, but I think he can upgrade this performance, because this horse I don't think was doing much in front as well, and his jumping needs to brush up too. And a big run by Come Walk With Me, who's an eye catcher the last day. He travelled ominously well into it. Champagne Kid, a horse I was making a case for, he didn't jump well enough and stable on hurdle debut, and he needs to improve jumping, which he will do from that initial run. But coming down to the last, you just thought Paul Townend, if he jumped the last, he'd every chance here. He was just starting to get back in top. Mr. Frosty making a bad mistake on the Kevin Sexton, tired mistake at the last, but this horse has won a little bit snugly in the end going away, and he's lengthened away to the line. But as I say, it didn't look likely turning into the straight. They didn't go overly quick. Paul Townend made plenty of use of this horse, and the jumping needs to sharpen up as well. You just see Paul starting to go through the motions here, and Keith Donoghue travelled ominously well And at this stage, you thought maybe Keith Donoghue was going to go ahead and get off the mark. Second time of asking, come walk on me. But Paul had the benefit of the inside here. He's just trying to keep tabs on Keith Donoghue. He doesn't want to let him get too far in front of him coming down to the last. They're literally upsides. And just with that bit of company as well, Paul Townend's met it spot on. They've landed down upsides, but now he just starts to get the upper hand. This is a horse who's obviously going to step forward nicely, I'd say. Continue to improve, and he steps up in trip. And as I say, he's pricked his 2 ears hitting the line. It's been workmanlike, but I think he can upgrade it, to be fair. And he's done plenty wrong, and he's still won well. And imagine staying is his game going forward. Big run by the second. Come Walk With Me. He was an eye catcher in what worked out. A good maiden hurdle. Most recent start at Navan. And plenty of race to be won with him and Champagne Kid. I wouldn't give up hope at him yet. Just needs to jump a lot better. You know your faith after jumping the first two. Just didn't jump with any great fluency. Got in tight, ballooned one or two of them as well. And Supreme Ruler, he jumped well for his second start over hurdles. He's jumped a lot better today than he did in debut. That was at Punchestown, early December time. And a couple in behind have run with promise. Mr. Frosty has shown up well. Travelled well into the race for quite a long way. And General Glee, he jumped well on debut before weakening. But sounds victorious. Completes an opening race double for Willie Mullins. It's 3 winners for the champion trainer on New Year's Day, already following on from his maiden win at Tramore, and sound victorious at a really good level of bumper form. Had won his bumper in Punchestown, second time of asking. Then went on and finished 4th then at the Cheltenham Festival behind the stable companion Jasmine DeVoe. Laterally then 4th to Redemption Day in the Yellow Clay in the Grade 1 champion bumper at the Punchestown Festival. And disappointing his first day, but you'll forgive a horse. That's always a tricky time of the year. Horses having the first start. We see it time and time again. When he gets off the mark, second time of asking.
The way things have gone so far today, he's had 2 winners at Fairyhouse and already landed the opener here at Tramore. And Lisa, unknown entity, goes for the yard here. We're having a look at him switching to hurdles today after a couple of runs in bumpers. Danny Mullins on board. Are we expecting another one for the champion trainer?
Yeah, there's every possibility. He's a good looking type, Gary. He's obviously a runner up in a point-to-point. That form has been franked because the winner went out and won over hurdles for Nicky Henderson. He has been beaten in both his bumper starts. I thought maybe he just looked as if he failed to pick up the home straight in Fairyhouse. He failed to match the front two. Thought he hit the ground a bit hard, suggesting that maybe he might be more effective on more testing conditions, but he's got to prove that today. Steps up in trip for his hurling debut.
Let's drop back and pick up number 1 if we can, which is Mike Drop, who with the penalty for winning his bumper has got to concede wide away all round today. Mike Drop is trained by David O'Brien, not too far from these parts. Has had a couple of runs over hurdles since that success in a Clonmel bumper. That came on good ground as well, Lisa. What's your feeling about his prospects today?
Yeah, look, he's won a point-to-point on heavy ground as well, so he's obviously, I thought, ran quite well in Cork the last day. He steps back up in trip. Thought he had an untidy jump 2 out and just appeared to be 1 pace. So I'm not surprised he's stepping back up in trip. He's a nice bit of size about him as well. Looking at him, the yard does well around here too. So he does have a difficult job considering he has that £8 penalty.
Number 10 is one we want to show you. This is Henry de Bromhead's new recruit, Rachel Secret, a mare by Yates, who was with Declan Queally previously and has some good form to her name, including with second to the de Bromhead trained Bon Prince in a maiden hurdle here in November of 2023. But a long layoff to defy today, Liz.
Yeah, she does. She's a really good looking mare. First start for Henry, previously with Declan Queally, as you mentioned. What I think are positives is the fact that she's got experience and that she's been placed on both starts here at this track over the 2.5 mile trip. Hood has been on for both of those runs and for some bumper runs in the past. That's left off today. She's proven herself on soft ground in the past and she's acquitted herself well in bumper company. I think a reproduction of some of those runs should see her in good stead here today. She has a great walk about her, a nice bit of size about her, and yeah, she looks really well, Gary.
She does. A couple more to show you. Number 4 is the next. That's Long Branch, who's a winner in the second of 2 point-to-point starts back in the spring under Georgie Benson. Maybe one to watch today for future reference, Rules debut?
Yeah, I think so. Brian Hayes on board, son of Idaho, an interesting type, but I do agree, probably best watched on racecourse debut.
And finally, we'll check out number 5, Machismo, trained by Gordon Elliott for Chickenstown House Stud. Josh Williamson will ride. No disrespect to him, Lisa, but he looks a rather limited individual on what we've seen of him so far. Would you be surprised if he was able to win this?
Oh, I probably would, Gary. He's been frustrating. Look, he has shown ability in the past. He's been tried over various trips. He is a point-to-point winner, but he's certainly not one to rely on. And Connections have opted to take £7 off his back with the talented Josh Williamson.
Well, it's been very much Willie Mullins' day so far, but the market's suggesting this could be one for local handler Henry de Bromhead, because Rachel's Secret has been all the rage for this Ryan's Cleaning Services maiden hurdle. She's now 5-4 favourite from, I think, at least twice that price earlier on in the day, and the Mullins trained hurdle debutant Unknown Entity out to 9-4, with Machismo into 7-2. Clearly a few out there think he might be able to leave his last run behind. But I know you liked what you saw from Rachel's Secret in the parade ring, Lisa, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought she was a really good looking type. She's a good walk about her as well. And Rachel Blackmore in the blue with the red cross belts looks like she's going to be good and prominent. I would imagine she'll probably go a little bit wide, as we've seen her go on Henry's horse in the very first race as well. A couple of the main protagonists lining up outside of her. Also Unknown Entity for the Willie Mullins team with Danny Mullins on board. He was also a good looking type, but runner up in a point, so we know he stays quite well. He steps up in trip, and I think he's one that may appreciate this dig in the ground. I just saw it in Fairyhouse down the home straight. I thought he was hitting the ground a little bit hard.
Edging into the tape then, Mike Drop, the bumper winner at Clonmel, is lining up on the inside to be handy here, with Cian Quirk claiming the 5. And the starter is about to raise the flag.
3, the Ryan's Cleaning Services maiden hurl, just less than 3 circuits and 12 flights ahead of them. And as they run uphill to the first, Glorious Singer, the narrow leader, Mike Drop close on the inside. Rachel's Secret not far off, up on the outside, Leinster King. Machismo is behind them on the inner. Last of that group, Unknown Entity, as they go to the flight opposite the stands, number 2. Mike Drop has moved through to take over. Leads by just about a length. Machismo jumping up, and on the outside, making headway. Leinster King now edges ahead. Glorious Singer is also close to the early pace as they run downhill, having jumped 2. Mike Drop improves again on the inside for Cian Quirk to show in front. Leinster King, Liam Quinlan, is in second spot on the outside of Machismo, disputing the second with Josh Williamson on board. They're followed to the turn by Glorious Singer, Mike O'Connor. Around the inside is Lucky Lioness, Pat Cody. Behind them, as they make the turn, the green and blue colours of Unknown Entity and Danny Mullins, the blue and red of the favourite Rachel's Secret and Rachel Blackmore. Followed around the elbow by Long Branch to the outside, Brian Hayes. Towards the inner in green and yellow is Thoughts Are Things, Ben Kennedy. And at the back, as they head for the first of the 2 flights that'll bring them up the straight, Colorado Charlie. And Philip Enright, as they rise at this one. Mike Drop, reached for it but led. Machismo second, slight mistake, Leinster King. Lucky Lioness is close towards the inside as they head on to flight number 4. It'll bring them up in front of the stands. Mike Drop, Machismo, Leinster King. On the outside, Unknown Entity. Over towards the inner is Lucky Lioness. Gloria Singer in red and white between horses. As they pass the judge, 2 circuits ahead of them. The leader by less than a length, Mike Drop from Machismo. In third spot as they make the turn, Leinster King. Around the inner, Lucky Lioness. Keeping to the outside, Unknown Entity, and then Glorious Singer, Rachel's Secret. Thoughts Are Things is to the inside of Long Branch, and a length and a half away at the back, Colorado Charlie. They've completed a circuit. They're going to jump flight number 5 on the uphill run. Mike Drop a bit slow over it. Machismo joined him on the outside, and they're followed to the top turn. In third spot is Lucky Lioness. Unknown Entity has moved 4th as they head for the flight opposite the stands. Mike Drop goes on again by a length to Machismo in second. Made a mistake. Third spot is Lucky Lioness. 4th is Unknown Entity. Behind them as they run downhill is Glorious Singer in the red and white hoop colours alongside Thoughts Are Things, Rachel's Secret. Leinster King has dropped back to join them. Last of that bunch is Long Branch and a break to Colorado Charlie, who's detached at the back of the field. As they continue to the elbow, that'll bring them across the bottom of the track for the second time. Still over a circuit ahead of them. Mike Drop leads by almost 3. Machismo second. Followed by Unknown Entity up on the outside of Lucky Lioness. Rachel's Secret getting a bit closer, with Thoughts Are Things to the inside, and then Glorious Singer and the green and orange colours on the outside, Long Branch, and they've gone away from Leinster King. And at the back, Colorado Charlie as they head across, beginning the run that'll bring them up the straight. Mike Drop led, Machismo second as they run uphill. Close up to the outside is Unknown Entity. Towards the inner, tracking them, Lucky Lioness. The blue and red of Rachel's Secret. Thoughts Are Things in green and yellow is towards the inner. In touch, Long Branch and Glorious Singer as they head up in front of the stands. The other pair have been pulled up as they embark on their final circuit. Mike Drop by over a length under Cian Quirk from Machismo. Nudged along in second, Josh Williamson. About 3 lengths then to Unknown Entity, Danny Mullins on the outside. Towards the inner, Lucky Lioness, Pat Cody. A break then of 2.5 lengths or so to Rachel's Secret on the outside for Rachel Blackmore. Alongside Thoughts Are Things in Ben Kennedy, and behind them Long Branch. As they jump this flight, 4 from home. Mike Drop, Machismo, Unknown Entity. In 4th spot is Lucky Lioness, and behind them Thoughts Are Things. Driven along behind them Rachel's Secret as they make the top turn. Head for the 3rd last flight with over 5 furlongs to race. Mike Drop by a length and a half. Machismo will jump at 2nd. Unknown Entity 3rd. Chasing in 4th is Lucky Lioness. A break then to Thoughts Are Things, clear of Rachel's Secret. They're well strung out as they run downhill with a long run before they reach the 2nd last. They're just passing the half-mile pole. Mike Drop leads from Machismo. Unknown Entity closing on the outside in 3rd spot. A break then of 5, maybe 6 lengths to Lucky Lioness. Behind Lucky Lioness at Thoughts Are Things as they approach the elbow that'll bring them across the bottom of the track towards the 2nd last. Mike Drop, Machismo alongside. Within a length of the pair on the outer is Unknown Entity. Driven along now as they head across. On the approach to the 2nd last, Machismo in the centre. The inside still there, Mike Drop. Unknown Entity comes under pressure towards the outer. They're a long way clear of 4th place, Lucky Lioness, as they come to jump the 2nd last flight. Machismo led, goes on a few lengths in front. Unknown Entity on the outside of Mike Drop 2nd and 3rd, but running uphill to the final flight. Machismo has stretched clear. Will jump the last with a lead of about 10 lengths. On the run in, Machismo clear. Unknown Entity untidy in 2nd. Long-time leader Mike Drop back in 3rd. But it's Machismo, first winner of the new year for Gordon Elliott, ridden home by Josh Williamson. Wins well. Battle on for the 2nd, but Unknown Entity ahead of Mike Drop, and they're clear of Lucky Lioness.
Stepping back up in trip, I think will play to his strengths as well. But obviously no match, too brave trip. But ground shouldn't be an inconvenience to him. Big player here. He's bidding to win off a career high mark. But Tom Harney obviously taking the 7 off as well, who was amongst the winners when riding Ross O'Sullivan's winner at Leopardstown. During the week, 11-2 then about number 20, which is Gallic the Chasties from the Eric McNamara stable. Eric had a double, of course, at Limerick over the Christmas period. And Gallic the Chasties has been very consistent from mixing and matching it over hurdles and fences. His last few runs have come over fences since joining Eric Mack from Alan Donoghue, and he won in stable debut and winning at Punchestown over the extended 2-3 off a mark of 82. He's £6 higher now, but nonetheless he's £6 lower over hurdles than his chase mark. His last run he was runner up to a stable companion, Caherdown Boy, in that fantastic Listowel Festival week for Team McNamara. He was only beaten a half a length that day. He's been very consistent. He was runner up to Brant at Roscommon over fences too. Now Brant of Keane Collins has let the form down on a couple of occasions, but Gallic the Chastity obviously an interesting runner today, definitely not without a chance. 8-1 then about number 9, Slim Marvel from the Andy Slattery stable. Andy Slattery, over 40 winners between flat and jumps in 2024, did a fantastic season, and Slim Marvel not without a chance also. Yes, thanks very much, Angus. And wide open contest. Our upcoming race, 3rd of the afternoon, has been a good start to the proceedings for, of course, Willie Mullins' opening race double as well. There is Born Bright of Claire O'Connell's, who was, of course, in distance maiden hurdle here, Mayor's maiden hurdle winner back early on in the autumn campaign. But was fifth to blaze the way, most recent start. But our favourite is Portnacool, second start since joining Ross O'Sullivan. Ross, a winner, of course, of Leopardstown over Christmas, is 15th over jumps this season so far. What a season it's been for Ross O'Sullivan. And Tom Harney taking the 7 off as well. Bidding to win off a career high mark of 111. All 3 wins came when, of course, trained by his owner, Harry Smith, but has now joined Ross. Obviously runs in the colours of the same ownership of Harry Smith. And it was a good run, although that was over 2 miles. All 3 wins have come over 2.62 and a quarter twice as well, behind a very well handicapped Brave Troop, who subsequently came out and won at Navan thereafter. I thought number 11, Must Go Now, was interesting from the Eddie Cawley yard. His horse ran a cracker in the maiden hurdle in a race beforehand behind Sounds Victorious, and Must Go Now can be quite keen. This is 4th run handicap company. Drops back in trip here this afternoon as well. Ran a cracker on handicap debut early on last season. And he's a big player here, and he's definitely off a winnable mark. Others that are worth to mention as well, Delia's Pet, of course. She's a course and distance winner here. And that was following on her win at Gorham Park. But she's now £15 higher than when she won over course and distance here early on in the campaign, and could be just a bit more on her plate here this afternoon. Tyson is relatively unexposed as well. It's only his 2nd run handicap company, and Paul Nolan's team amongst the winners over the Christmas period, and a couple of run well in defeat as well. Park the Kings just got beat in the valuable handicap hurdle, but then a couple of winners, Team Nolan, over the week as well. There's 16, which is Braga from the Michael Miller yard. Paddy Hannon on board, and that just had to be resaddled as it was leaving the parade ring. That's what the delay is here. And Tyson was runner-up. I thought a shade unlucky not to win that maiden hurdle on only its 2nd start. That was in Roscommon back in June time, and over the 2 miles. Steps up to 2.5 mile trip here for the first time this afternoon. Off a mark of 99, and Conor Stonewalsh taking the valuable 5 off as well. He was seen to good effect on Al Gasparo, who beat Park of Kings in a valuable handicap hurdle at Leopardstown. The final day of the Christmas festival continues to impress Conor Stonewalsh, but lightly raced, 99 of a mark of 99, only having a 2nd run handicap company. That's definitely one that could be up there as well. But Must Go Now, 4th run in handicap company, lightly raced from a yard who likes nothing more, Eddie Cawley, to have a winner here at his local track, and that Must Go Now is definitely well capable of winning as long as it settles off that mark of 99. Slim Marvel is another one worth to mention from the Andy Slattery stable. Trevor Ryan on board as well, Slim Marvel, and not without a chance, Slim Marvel. And her sole win came over this trip at Kilbeggan, and reverting back into maiden company. She was runner-up, no match for Port Arlington, most recent start of Ian Donoghue's, and even a run behind Slane Hill in a tactical affair when Slane Hill got a freebie that day in Navan, although beaten 30 lengths, wasn't the worst run, and would definitely have a chance off a mark of 102. She's a filly. It looks like this is her ideal trip also. And Birmingham, Alabama, handicap debutant from another local yard of Alan Delaney's and Eamon Delaney, and we haven't seen Birmingham, Alabama since she beat George Gigi. Actually, George Gigi was the first past the post that day, lost in the steward's room, and George Gigi subsequently got on and franked the form and winning and been placed in a couple of runs subsequently. But Birmingham, Alabama, off an interesting opening mark of 109. Danny Gilligan on board, of course, is definitely worth keeping an eye on too, and off that mark, just whether she just lacks a little bit of experience in handicap debut. And Gallic to Chastity, of course, running off a £6 lower mark over hurdles. And then his chase mark, he's been very consistent. Last run he was just beat by his stable companion Cartown Boy. That was at the Stall Festival back in September time, and won over hurdles on his stable debut for Eric McNamara. As I say, still £6 lower over hurdles than his chase mark. All his runs after winning on stable debut came over fences, and they've been quite consistent all summer as well. And Galactic Chastity definitely is a chance. Let's go up to Jerry for an open looking race.
18th to 20th of April, handicap hurdle, 2.5 miles. Vying for the lead, John the Spark, Braga. To the inside is Slim Marvel with King Kong Sierg in between horses. They take their first flight. All jumped it safely. King Kong Sierg. And on the inside, Slim Marvel, followed by John the Spark and Braga. The top weight Port Naku. Running the rail is Must Go Now. Not far behind them is Birmingham, Alabama. Turning in for the second and third flights. And it is Slim Marvel on the left, who shifts on by length to King Kong Sierg. Then John the Spark. Racing on to the heels of the leaders on the inside is Tyson. They're followed by Birmingham, Alabama, Braga, Port Naku and Must Go Now. In the center of the track, coming to flight number 3 is Born Bright, who's followed by Fenor. And Glory to God Tom. And Torquay Road. Call Me Dusty over flight number 3. The flight that'll be the last one next time. A blunder by Gallic de Chastity, the tail end of the field. As Slim Marvel builds up a lead of over 4 lengths from King Kong Sierg, disputing second with John the Spark, followed by Birmingham, Alabama, then Braga, Tyson, Borden Bright, Port Naku Must Go Now, followed by Fenor and Glory to God Tom. Call Me Dusty is next, followed at the bend by Spring Meadow, and then Torquay Road. And Goody Girl is next. Hoop Colours of Middleton Rare, and these are followed to the first of 3 flights away from the stands by Kramer's Valley, and after Kramer's Valley is Turbo, Delia's Pet, and Gallic de Chastity trails the field as they go away from that 4th flight. And on to number 5, Slim Marvel's lead has been reduced to a couple of lengths by John the Spark and King Kong de Sierg. And then Birmingham, Alabama, who's followed by Tyson, Must Go Now, and Braga. They continue well stacked up, going to flight number 6 outside the halfway stage. And it is Slim Marvel, the leader, followed by John the Spark and King Kong Sierg. And then Tyson Must Go Now onto the heels of the leaders, followed by Braga and Birmingham, Alabama. Glory to God Tom next with Port Naku and Call Me Dusty as they reach the halfway stage. Slim Marvel has re-established a lead of 3.5 lengths over King Kong Sierg. And then John the Spark, Birmingham, Alabama, followed by Braga. Tyson Must Go Now. These are followed down the far side by Port Naku and Call Me Dusty next on the inside. 9 furlongs to go, good run to the 4th last flight. They're followed by Borden Bright and Glory to God Tom. And then Fenor and Goody Girl and Spring Meadow and Torquay Road next with Turbo and Gallic de Chastity and Kramer's Valley, Middleton Red, Dealer's Pit. Slim Marvel opposes an advantage of 3 lengths with just over 7 furlongs to go. Followed by John the Spark, shading second from King Kong Sierg. 4th place is Birmingham, Alabama, who's followed by Braga, and then Tyson Must Go Now next on the inside. They're followed by Borden Bright, Glory to God Tom and Fenor and Port Naku and Call Me Dusty, and then Goody Girl. Coming towards the 4th last flight, and they're still tightly grouped with Slim Marvel. Again coming back to the pack. King Kong Sierg wrestles back second. John the Spark ridden to hold position, followed by Must Go Now. Birmingham, Alabama is next, followed by Tyson and Call Me Dusty, and then Port Naku and Fenor. At the completion of the circuit, heading to the 3rd last flight, Slim Marvel, reeled back in by King Kong Sierg, who's within 1/2 to 3 parts of a length, and then Tyson, who moves into a closing 3rd ahead of Birmingham, Alabama, and then Must Go Now and Call Me Dusty. John the Spark weakens, then Glory to God Tom, Port Naku and Goody Girl next, then Fenor and Turbo, Gallic de Chastity and Borden Bright. Running round the home turn with 2 flights left to jump. Slim Marvel, King Kong Sierg, those 2 up there. And the vanguard throughout, followed by Tyson. Must Go Now, Birmingham, Alabama. Glory to God Thomas closing, followed by Port Naku, and then Goody Girl and Turbo and Gallic de Chastity round the outside. Coming towards the 2nd last, Slim Marvel, challenged by Tyson. Tyson jumps on at the 2nd last. Heads Slim Marvel, then Must Go Now, Birmingham, Alabama. Glory to God Tom and Goody Girl, followed then by Port Naku. Fading out of it is King Kong Sierg, and then Call Me Dusty and Gallic de Chastity and Turbo and Kramer's Valley. Buckley coming towards the final flight, and Must Go Now has headed Tyson. Final flight, Must Go Now up and over. Down is Goody Girl, and it is Must Go Now and Kieran Buckley lengthening their advantage over Tyson, and then Birmingham, Alabama, Port Naku and Glory to God Tom, but it is Must Go Now. Must Go Now wins by 5 from Tyson, Birmingham, Alabama, followed in by Port Naku and Slim Marvel and Glory to God Tom.
Yeah, good to hear the Goody Girl is none the worse from a horrible last flight fall, and Patrick O'Brien quickly to his feet as well. But it is Fairyhouse. It's New Year's Day. Wouldn't be the same if we didn't have an Eddie Cawley winner. Must Go Now gets off the mark. 8 time of asking. Travelled really well throughout. Big and bold at the last. Got a lovely run down the inside as well. This horse had a cracking run in his handicap debut. This is only his 4th run in handicap company. He was 3rd behind Herculean of Noel Kelly's. Only beaten a length and a half. That, of course, was at Thurles last season. Took a heavy fall then on his back in March time. That was in Down Ryle. And finished 5th, of course, behind Herculean at Ballinroe. But it was a cracking run, I thought, his first run behind Sammy Smart. He was quite keen and gassy. That was a Punchestown back in early December. The drop back in trip here today and winning off a mark in 99. He's won quite well, and he's ended up a decent price too. Must Go Now. Tyson's run a cracker, stepping up on trip for the first time. I think that suited him. I thought he was unlucky not to win the second run of his career. It was over 2 miles. That was in Roscommon. He's a relatively lightly raced horse. He just bumped into a better handicapped individual today, and this horse off a mark in 99, similar to the winner prior to today. He'll be winning races over this trip as well. Glory to God Tom, that's run well too on for Martin and his son David Fitzgerald as well, and that's run a cracker and only its 5th start over hurdles. 2nd, 3rd in handicap company. Beat Slim Marvel, of course, when getting off the mark over hurdles at Wexford back in November of 2023. And as I say, has been lightly raced individual, but off that mark, keep an eye on that. Birmingham, Alabama, that's run a cracker on handicap debut, and she'll obviously come on from that initial handicap run, and we haven't seen her since Wexford back in July time, and off her mark as well. He's well able to win. Port Naku, that one stepping up on trip again, obviously bidding to win off a career high mark, and has won over 2.6, but has also won over 2 1/4. Just think the handicapper might just be getting the measure of Port Naku, taking on more unexposed rivals, including Must Go Now, our winner, and also the runner-up Tyson in Birmingham, Alabama. But nonetheless, a good run by Port Naku, and as I say, he's won 3 already this season. But it's a good performance by this individual. Eddie Cawley had run a cracker in her last race as well. Come Walk With Me. And Kieran Buckley, of course, seemed to good effect. I Must Go Now. Yeah, it's a good start of 2025 for Kieran Buckley. He just won her third race. It wouldn't be Fairyhouse New Year's Day without Eddie Colley having a winner, would it?
No, I suppose not. I'm delighted I was on him. Yeah, I suppose he had the second in the maiden hurdle. That boded well for the horses being in good form, and yeah, delighted with that lad today.
And obviously this horse is lightly raced. That was only his 8th run, 4th in handicap company. The cracking run last season and handicap debut third behind Herculean.
That's right, he did. Did he make a mistake that day? I can't remember off the top of my head. It might have cost him. But no, he ran really well. We fancied him to win the next day in Down Royal. He fell. That went, not to plan, obviously. Then the next day I rode him in Ballon Road. That was the first day I sat on him. Track probably beat him that day. Didn't stay the last day in Punchestown, but look, conditions were perfect today, and he capitalised.
And he settled well today, which is key to him, isn't it?
He did, yeah. He kind of did it a little bit backwards. He settled probably a little bit too well early on. I was kind of nudging him a little bit. I had loops in the reins. I was thinking, geez, I wish I could take this hood off. And then the second half of the race, he came alive. Not sure, maybe a good jump or something might have lit him up, but he was tanking me then and tanked me the whole way to the turn in. So, no, he gave me a great feel.
Yeah, and you got a lovely run up along the inside too.
I did, yeah. Look, I squeezed in where there wasn't a whole pile of room, but he was good and brave, and no, he was good. Yeah, delighted with him.
Well done.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Well done,
Well, we just had a power cut here at Tramore, but happily we're back up and running. We can have a quick look at some of these ahead of the Tramore Medical Clinic handicap hurdle. Starting with the top weight, Rochestown, who's been in a great vein of form and bids to give Josh Williamson a quick double after that easy success for Machismo. Do you think he will?
I think he has every chance. I think he merits respect at the top of the market. He comes here in good form as well. He's obviously just turned 10, but he acts really well at this track. He's had 5 runs, 2 wins over fences. He's been placed over hurdles and over fences, and he bids to try and take advantage of a £10 lower mark over hurdles. He handles this ground and he stays further as well. There's loads to like about him.
So that is Rochestown, who goes for trainer Brendan Walsh. Followed around by number 4, Crest Hill, who's one of the more lightly raced members of the lineup here, but would be difficult enough to fancy based on handicap debut for the Cork last time. Blew the West, number 6, just going through the shot there. 14, worth a mention, Native Song, who's back from a bit of a layoff, but did win a point-to-point earlier on in the year, has won a couple of times between the flags. Could potentially be up to a bit of improvement, I guess, Lisa.
Yeah, looks extremely fit and ready to take her chance today, returning from a bit of a break, dual point-to-point winner. And probably her track form is less than inspiring, but she's interesting nonetheless.
Number 8 then in front of his fancy prospect, Cheek Pieces, going for the first time. Just second run in a handicap for her, and yard always, I think, worth respecting down here. Would you agree?
Yeah, local yard, they always tend to have chances at this track. Hugh Morgan on board. The Cheek Pieces may bring out a little bit more improvement. They'll have to.
And just in front of us here is number 13, Ivan. Kieran Murphy about to leg up Simon Torrens on Ivan. And stable also got another string to their bow with Fire Force. 16 there, Danny Mullins on Sayrian, who is a previous course winner here over fences. Sayrian in a weak race, though not in great form coming into Elisa, surely has to have a chance.
Yeah, back over hurls today. He yet to win over hurls after 20 runs, and sole win over fences, as you said, have come at this track off a mark of 81. She's running off a mark of 81 over hurls today, so you have to respect her. She has to come into the reckoning if she can produce some of her best form.
And the final one to leave the parade ring, it's colour change as well. Mini getaway for Martin Lynch and jockey Philip Enright. Certainly one of those who makes a bit of appeal, I think, Lisa, based on recent efforts.
Yeah, one I've liked in the past. She's yet to get that elusive win on the board, but look, she's shaped well on her last couple of outings. Drops back in trip today. She does need to prove herself on this ground, though.
as they come to the
walking in again. White flag is up. Away in racing in the Tramore Medical Clinic Handicap Hurl as they head uphill to the first of 12 flights. Towards the inside, Mini Getaway shares the early lead as they come away from it. Alongside is Another Question. Not far off them, Railteen Lunrock up on the outside. Also in that leading group is Fancy Prospect, the favourite Rochestown. Tracks the leading pair to the inner as they go to jump. Flight number 2, opposite the stands. Mini Getaway, led narrowly, and leads the field downhill with a long run to flight number 3. Another Question moves up to be within half a length. Rochestown is in third spot, followed downhill by Native Song. Close on the inside in black and white is Only You Nora. Railteen Lunrock is towards the outside. Between horses, Fire Force. With them is Fancy Prospect. Ivan towards the inside. As they continue towards the elbow, it'll bring them across towards the straight for this first occasion. Not much to choose between the leading pair. Another Question and Mini Getaway. Followed to the outside by Railteen Lunrock. Towards the inside is Rochestown. Between them, Native Song. Closely followed by Fire Force. Blue with the yellow stars is Fancy Prospect. Towards the inside, Only You Nora in black and white diamonds. Say Rianne has made a little headway to the outside in mid-division of Cruisin' Susan between horses. Ivan is next. The blue and white of Dunaney Point. Towards the back, Crest Hill. Towards the outside is Kiln Time, and towards the inner, Blue in the West. As they head up the straight, nearing flight number 4, that'll bring them up past the stands. Mini Getaway in the centre with the noseband, the green and yellow colours of Another Question as they head up to pass the judge. Another Question with the narrow advantage, Mini Getaway the inside. They're closely followed in third position by Native Song. On the rail, Only You Nora. Between them, the blue and yellow of Rochestown, followed into the turn by Fancy Prospect. Fire Force is next. Continuing on the outside of the group is Railteen Lunrock. Ivan a little bit closer in mid-division towards the inside, Blue in the West, as they head away up the side of the course. Nearing flight number 5, Mini Getaway on the inside. Jumps it alongside Another Question. They show in front of Rochestown. Towards the outer with the black cap, Native Song. The inner is Only You Nora. Close in behind them, Fancy Prospect. Ivan is next. Crest Hill in predominantly orange colours there in mid-division, and closing on the leaders as they jump flight number 6 opposite the stands. And Mini Getaway jumped it better than Another Question, moves on by over 2 lengths. A reminder for Another Question in second, and closes up again as they run downhill. Rochestown a length away in third. Only You Nora is close on the inside to the outside, Native Song. Behind them, Fancy Prospect, and then Ivan and Crest Hill. Railteen Lunrock in yellow and red colours keeps to the outside. As they continue downhill, they're tightly grouped. Heading for the elbow that'll bring them across the bottom of the track to the next 2 flights that'll bring them up the straight, and then another circuit ahead of them. Mini Getaway on the inside. Another Question alongside. They continue to show in front of Rochestown, sharing third spot with Native Song. Behind them, Fancy Prospect. Railteen Lunrock is towards the outside. Keeping to the inner, Only You Nora. Between them, Crest Hill, Ivan. Yellow cap towards the inside is Blue in the Wood. They're followed by Fire Force as they come to the first of the 2 flights in the straight. And over it, narrow leader, Mini Getaway. With nudged along, Another Question. Rochestown right with them now towards the inside. Native Song is close. Just behind him, Another Prospect. Towards the inside, both the black and white of Only You Nora and Blue in the West alongside as they head up to pass the judge. Heading out on their final circuit. Mini Getaway, Philip Enright leads by less than a length to Rochestown. Josh Williamson towards the outside, Native Song, Keane Quirk. The black and white on the inner of Only You Nora, Niall Moore, and they're followed away from the stands to the 4th last flight by Blue in the West, making headway the inside, Mike O'Connor. Fancy Prospect, Hugh Morgan is there on the outside. Ivan not far off them under Simon Torrens as they jump the 4th last flight. On the uphill run, Mini Getaway Rochestown close on the inside. Making headway is Only You Nora. Just behind them, towards the outer Native Song between horses, is Fancy Prospect. Just behind them, Blue in the West, as they go to jump the third last flight. Mini Getaway, Rochestown and Native Song, the leading trio. Improving on the inside is Only You Nora, who now goes third. Making headway behind them, Blue in the West. Improving on the outside, Kiln Time. Ivan is driven along behind them, but as they continue downhill, not much to choose now between Mini Getaway, Rochestown towards the inside up to dispute the lead. Moving through into third spot is Blue in the West, and they're chased downhill by Only You Nora, Ivan, Fancy Prospect, and then a break. Crest Hill trying to stay on the outside of a driven along Kiln Time. As they head to the elbow, through on the inside, Rochestown leads narrowly to Mini Getaway. Trying to make headway behind them on the inside is Blue in the West. Ivan is with them. Fancy Prospect dropping away. Only You Nora as they head across towards the second last flight. And Rochestown leads. Chased now by Blue in the West going second. Ivan and long-time leader Mini Getaway as they jump to second last. Rochestown goes on by 2.5 lengths or so. Blue in the West trying to challenge on the outside, and they have it between them as they run uphill to the final flight. Rochestown out in front. Jumps at 4 in front. Blue in the West a mistake in second. And on the run in, course specialist Rochestown is going to complete a double for Josh Williamson. Wins well for Brendan Walsh. In second is Blue in the West. Ivan third. And fourth spot for Mini Getaway.
Yeah, runners just arriving down at the start for our fourth race of the afternoon. It's the Happy Retirement and Noel Fanning Handicap Hurdle, of course, and not to 1-1-10. Noel Fanning, of course, has been an integral part of the success story that is Fairyhouse Racecourse since back in the 90s, and track foreman here, and he brings the curtain down on what's been a hugely successful career here at Noel Fanning. He's seen Fairyhouse grow all over those number of years as well. He got a great reception here when interviewed by course MC Robbie Irwin. Right, runners at the parade at the start for our fourth race. 11-4 favourites. Number 5 Mickey Angel, second run handicap company. Fourth to Shireen at Tipperary, who subsequently went on to frank the form when winning at Leopardstown on St Stephen's Day to give Philip Fenton his first of 2 winners over the Christmas period as well. And this horse, I thought, ran really well that day. The Nagaridi, who was back in second.
Reed to return is second in at 7-2. 7-1, not my problem. Crossing the bar is 10-1. It is 12's Heldsburg. Joya Del Mar is 14's. It's 14's Juniper Hill, and Mehall is 16's, along with John Story. It is 18-1. And bigger the rest. Mickey Angel, pretty strong in the market for the Gavin Cromwell team. Let's join Kev.
Yes, thanks, Angus. You can see why too, Mickey Angel. He's a lightly raced individual. It's only his 6th run of his career, second in handicap company, and I thought it was a cracking run, although beaten 11 lengths by Shireen and the Nagaridi. Shireen at Tipperary in his handicap debut. Shireen has come out and franked the form by winning at Leopardstown for Philip Fenton over the Christmas period. And the second horse, the Nagaridi, he made a very bad mistake. I think it was 2 out yesterday. I don't think he would have won, but for Sonny Carey before depositing JJ Slevin, giving him no chance. But Mickey Angel, it was over 2.5 miles when he made his handicap debut. He steps up in trip here today, where he did run behind Arian Soldier back in April time in a maiden hurdle company. But Mickey Angel, he's a lightly raced individual, unexposed off a mark of 104, and rode Reed to return, second favourite. Obviously very interesting indeed, off the back of a couple of good runs over fences, most recently at Cheltenham back in the November meeting. Reverts back over to hurdles off a far lower mark. Then his chasing mark suggests, and he's won from 19 from the Tony Martin stable. Conor Stone Walsh, of course, on board here this afternoon, taking the valuable 5 off. He was second in our most recent race behind Tyson, and as I say, he's getting plenty of weight off our favourite.
Now to get going, eat the book. There's over 3 miles to tag on, and this is the Happy Retirement to Noel Fanning Handicap Hurdle. And the first lead is Mickey Angel, attended by Mehall, Brokeman River, as they continue this Lengthy run to the first flight. Finding himself further behind as Eat the Book. There's a change of leader as another Nightmare picks it up, followed by Mickey Angel, Brokeman River. These are followed by Kyle Valley. This is flight 1 coming up. Another Nightmare from Mickey Angel to Grey. Mistake there by Robin the Glory. And loose is Chasing Chances. Racing towards the second flight and swapping positions. Mickey Angel, another Nightmare, followed by Kyle Valley. Brokeman River on the outside is Party Pack. These are followed by Mihal, and in between horses is Not My Problem. The flight inside the final 2.5 miles. And it is Mickey Angel opening up a couple of lengths lead over another Nightmare, followed by Party Pack and Brokeman River and Kyle Valley as they approach the turn into the straight. And Not My Problem and crossing the bar. Hellsberg is next, and these are followed by Joya Del Mar and Shihalian. Dropping back at a rate is Mihal as they straighten on up for flights 3 and 4. In this extended 3-miler on the left, Mickey Angel over first from another Nightmare. In between them is Kyle Valley, followed by Brokeman River. Party Pack and Not My Problem, and crossing the bar in Hellsberg. Joya Del Mar and Shihalian. Red to Return and Mihal is next. These are followed by Juniper Hill and Do the Math. As they come to the flight, that'll be the last one next time. And it's Mickey Angel, the leader. From another Nightmare, Kyle Valley. Brokeman River crossing the bar has improved onto the heels of the leaders. Then Not My Problem and Party Pack, who is being followed by Hellsberg, 2 lengths to Joy Del Mar and Shihalian, and Red to Return and Juniper Hill. And then Mihal and Do the Math is pushed along, followed at the bend by John Story. And then Robin the Glory, followed by Stable Companions and a Fussing. And Why Not, being brought to a halt in front of us. The $23 million lady continuing on, but hopelessly behind is Eat the Book. Heading for the halfway stage, the Happy Retirement to Noel Fanning Handicap Hurdle as they go away from the first of 3 flights past the stands. Mickey Angel still up there in front, with Kyle Valley edging into second ahead of another Nightmare. And then crossing the bar in Hellsberg and Not My Problem. They're followed by Party Pack and Red to Return is creeping into contention ahead of Shihalian. Brokeman River has dropped away, who's followed by Juniper Hill. Mihal the inside of Joy Del Mar. Going up towards the top of the course. And starting to get a little more stretched out as they've got 10 furlongs to go. Quite a run now to 4 out. Mickey Angel by 2 lengths to Kyle Valley, who's picked up the chase. The Not My Problem and crossing the bar, disputing 3rd and 4th. Party Pack next with Hellsberg, who's followed by another Nightmare and Red to Return. Driven hard is Joya Del Mar, 6 lengths to Juniper Hill, who's followed by Robin the Glory. About to enter their final mile, Mickey Angel, Keith Donahue, with 1.5 lengths to spare over Kyle Valley. Daniel King, 3rd, is crossing the bar, and Peter Smithers, the Not My Problem. Party Pack next. Then Hellsberg, Joya Del Mar still ridden. Then another Nightmare who drifts back through the field is followed by Red to Return. 7 furlongs to go, 4 flights to jump. Mickey Angel, followed by Kyle Valley, who's within 3/4 of a length. Break of a length then 2 in 3rd place, crossing the bar. Not My Problem gets a nudge in 4th. Together next to Hellsberg and Party Pack. A gap then to Red to Return, another Nightmare. Heading on towards the 3rd last fly. Mickey Angel followed by Kyle Valley, crossing the bar, getting ever closer. 2.5 lengths to Not My Problem, and then Hellsberg, Red to Return. And Party Pack is next. 3 flights left to jump. Mickey Angel, who's made most with 5 furlongs to go. From Kyle Valley and crossing the bar, these 3 tighten up, covered by just over 2 lengths. At the 3rd last flight, Mickey Angel holding sway, being pulled up before 3 out Party Pack. The field is getting diluted as they run round the home turn, and it is Mickey Angel from crossing the bar on the outside. Kyle Valley is starting to run on the spot, is losing lengths now to the leading pair than Hesburg. Red to return, John Story from a long way back, followed then by No Fussing and Not My Problem. Straightening for home with 2 flights left to jump. Mickey Angel, the grey on the left, challenged by crossing the bar. Hellsberg not out of it. Then Red to return, who's followed by John Story and No Fussing. Kyle Valley has almost stopped to walk. They've won to jump, and it's crossing the bar, and Peter Smithers making the best of their way home from Hellsberg. On the outside is John Story, then Red to return on the inside. These followed abreast, followed by No Fussing, and Mickey Angel has dropped back. Final flight, John Story delivering a challenge. Heads crossing the bar away from the last, then Red to return. Hellsberg is next, followed then by No Fussing, but it is John Story and Danny Gilligan who have come from a long way back to go away and score for Liam Cusack in this extended 3-miler. Happy retirement to Noel Fanning, handicapped. Second crossing the bar, close for the third.
Yes, they were well strung out. It didn't look like they went overly quick. Our short price favourite, Mickey Angel, I thought set steady enough fractions on the front end, second run handicap company, but going out past the stands of the circuit to go, there was a lot of these under pressure. Quite a few of them pulled up passing the stands, and Mickey Angel, he's given way turning into the straight. But Danny Gilligan, of course, on board. John Story for the first time here for Liam Cusack has come from a long way back and has run out a good winner in the end to deny number 2 crossing the bar, who's been quite costly to follow, yet to get his head in front crossing the bar since coming here to Ireland, but he's run a solid race and has done nothing wrong back in second. But a big price winner here, John Story for Liam Cusack, and he gets off the mark over hurdles on his 8th time of asking, and ran okay in his most recent start, but prior to that then he had showed okay snippets of form that a race at this standard would have been won with him. A decent run in Fairyhouse, back here in Fairyhouse over today's trip, when finishing 5th behind Mabel in May, and as I say, he just looks a stayer, and all he does is gallop. He relishes this trip. He'll get a little bit further, and as I say, he's hit the line well here indeed. Heidelberg has run a good race also for Mark Malloy, only having its 6th run of its career, second in handicap company, and second run over this trip also. Was 6th to blaze the way on handicap debut on most recent start, but as I say, that's run a solid race as well, and off that mark of 105 will definitely be capable of winning a race of this standard. Well strung out. There's a favourite in last, but dropped away quite tamely, and not many got involved here, and John Story gets off the mark for trainer Liam Cusack, and the colours of Michael Heary on its 8th time of asking. That wasn't a bad run behind Sammy Smart at Punchestown most recent start. Danny Gilligan on board here for the first time, and John Story gets the job done to deny crossing the bar, who has run a solid race. Read to return was ridden quite patiently, and bidding to lose his maiden tag over hurdles on his 8th time of asking, and he's done nothing wrong, to be fair to him. Read to return, but just wasn't good enough on the day. But there's a winner. John Story wins our 4th. A happy retirement to Noel Fanning handicap hurdle for trainer Liam Cusack, owner Michael Heary, and our winning rider Danny Gilligan.
Horses are in the parade ring ahead of our feature event here at Tramore, the O'Driscoll's Irish Whiskey New Year's Day Steeplechase. And we will begin by looking at the warm favourite. This is Monty Star, trained by Henry de Bromhead for owner Barry Maloney. Rachel Blackmore will ride. Horse who acquitted himself very well in Grade 1 novice chases at the Cheltenham and Punchestown festivals behind Fact to File and Spillane Tower respectively. Got the red hood on in the preliminaries here, as you can see. And Lisa's alongside me. Lisa, how big a force do you think this horse could potentially be in the months ahead in these big chases, Grade 1s?
Yeah, I think he's going to play a major part, Gary. Look at the form lines. I mean, through Fact to File, through Spillane Tower as well. His form has just gone from strength to strength. Obviously, he stepped out of novice company and into open company for the very first time here today. He is returning from a break, so he's up against some race-fit rivals. But I think his form line and what he's done so far has to stand out among his rivals today. Look, he's highly effective on testing ground. He's a really solid jumper and he's bags of stamina as well. Henry's won the last 2 renewals of this, so yeah, I think it's hard to get away from him.
He'll be the odds-on runner now with Minella Indo taken out due to ground. Let's have a look at number 7, the next one, Minella Crooner, who was 3rd in this race last year behind Jungle Boogie and Classic Getaway. The latter is in opposition once again. Not the easiest of horses to predict, Lisa, would that be fair?
I have Enigma wrote beside my notes. Look, he actually flew home in this race last year. He's a horse that's another who's got bags of stamina, and testing ground seems to bring out his stamina as well. But yeah, look, his form lines can be very in and out, Gary. He's got the cheek pieces on, he's got Jordan Gainford on board him as well, but he's a very hard one to rely on, and I feel there may be stronger ones to be on side of here today.
Vet found an issue with him after his return at Punchestown, which might explain why we haven't seen him since that run in mid-October. Number 1 then is Capadana. This is the first of the Willie Mullins contingent. Very smart horse. Won a big race at Cheltenham around about this time last year and ran with credit in the Ryanair chase at the Cheltenham Festival. Showed up well for much of the Grand National before fading out of it behind Aya Maximus, but he pulled up in really tough conditions, Lisa, in the Betfair chase at Haydock. What's your feeling about him on the back of that?
Yeah, I thought he was in trouble a long way out that day. Look, he is a smart sort in his own right. Maybe he hasn't necessarily fulfilled expectation in open company, but to me, he's unfavourably treated by the weights here today. Brian Hayes is on board. He is the highest rated in the field, but I'd be siding with some others, to be perfectly honest.
So that's Capadano, Brian Hayes and Willie Mullins teamed up to take the opener. Next one we see will be number 5, Brun, who used to be trained by Willie Mullins but is nowadays with Tom Gibney and started out for Tom in the Clonmel Oil chase when well beaten off behind St. Sam. Difficult enough to fancy him on the back of that, Lisa, and official figures would suggest he's got a fair bit to find too.
Yeah, I totally agree. He's got first time blinkers on. Maybe they'll bring out a slight bit of improvement in him, but he was 4th in this race last year, and he probably has never really progressed from his novice career, and he does have plenty to find on ratings, so he needs to put in a big performance if he's going to get in the shake-up.
Just let you know, there is a colour change for Minella Crooner. It's now going to be light blue with grey stars for Minella Crooner. As we drop back again, we'll find number 4, Appreciated, for you, who of course is a very good horse on his day, former Cheltenham Festival winner, brilliant winner of the Supreme Novice Hurdle. In fact, 8 wins and 21 starts. And Lisa, you saw a bit of encouragement in his return in the Hilly Way chase. Can he go on from that here, do you think?
Yeah, I think he can, Gary, considering that trip probably doesn't see him to best effect. Back up in trip today should suit. For me, he's obviously dropping down to this grade for the first time, so he might appreciate a bit of a drop in class. You know, he ran a cracker last year in the John Durkin when he was just beaten by Fast or Slow. And the only concern is that he often has a tendency to jump to his left. He can't afford to do that around here, but on a going day, look, he's not one to rule out by any means, but on a going day he could run extremely well. He could put it up to the likes of Monty Star, considering he's got race fitness on his side.
Okay, if we pan to the left, just at the far end of the parade ring now, he should be coming into view shortly, will be number 2, Embassy Gardens. Another one for Willie Mullins, this one in the colours of Sean and Bernardine Mulryan, and Michael O'Sullivan will take the ride. Of course, he was a big fancy for the National Hunt Chase at the Cheltenham Festival after winning a Grade 3 at Naas. No match that day though for Corbett's Cross, was found to have was it an atrial fibrillation, possibly some sort of an issue afterwards anyway. He then pulled up at Punchestown on his final start of the campaign. I don't know, Lisa, it'll be a watching brief for me. What about you?
Yeah, I think he's more questions to answer. Gary, he obviously returns to action today and steps into open company for the first time. He has got a £6 penalty to carry because of that Grade 3 win in January. Look, second in the National Hunt Chase, as you said, he was shown to have a defibrillating heart that day and pulled up last time we seen. He does run well fresh. He does handle this ground, but I still have plenty of question marks about him.
And the only one we haven't seen is number 6. That's Classic Getaway, who was runner-up in this race 12 months ago, just nailed laid on by Jungle Boogie in what was a bit of a slog. Danny Mullins has the ride once again today. Another horse who can be very in and out, Lisa. Last time we saw him, he was pulled up in the Topham at Aintree behind Arizona Cardinal, but we know he's talented. Where does he fit in for you today?
Yeah, I kind of liked him in this race last year, to be honest, and he jumped the second last as if he was going to go and put the race to bed. I just question his stamina in these testing conditions. I thought he really paddled from the back of the last all the way to the line that day. Look, he is, as you said, he is a talented type in his own right, but probably not just for me. Yeah, he has a good record fresh. That is positive, though.
Those then are the 7 contenders for our feature event, this Grade 3. Well, we're not far away from post time now for this feature event here at Tramore. 11 to 10 on about Monty Starr ahead of his return to the fray. Just over a year since he won his beginner's chase at Punchestown on New Year's Eve 2023. Just from a puncher's point of view, Lisa, would you be inclined at that short price today just to maybe adopt a watching brief more so?
Yeah, for the favourite, he is very short, Gary. It's his first start in open company. He's coming up against race fit rivals. Look, he could very well be the best in this field, but he's got to go out and prove that. His form lines are quite good, but I do think he is quite short, and I know there's no each way value, but there could be a little bit of value with something else in the field.
Right, so Blackmore just bringing him across to have the red hood removed here before the action gets underway.
He looked fit. He looked fit and ready to take his chance just when the rugs were pulled off him. He looked quite well. He's joining the rest of the pack. It'll be interesting to see how tactics unfold as well. Obviously, Danny Mullins was keen to get down to the start early to try and get that inside rail, which he has done, and Rachel's just going to join them on the outside there as well. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
We're still over a minute away from post time here, so no immediate sign of action getting underway. Take another turn here. Capadano looks as though he's going to be the one to drop in behind and hunt around, so to speak. Just hearing from our director that the last fence potentially could be an issue here with the low sun. So, and there's Val O'Connell, who's acting as clerk of the course here at Tramore at the moment, and it looks as though he's happy, which is good news. So it looks as though the full complement of obstacles will be in. And the field should be on their way now, very shortly indeed, for this feature event, which has been won by some very good horses down the years, obviously, including Manella in there for the same connections as Monty Starr 2 years ago. Peter O'Hare then will have the call for us in our feature event. This may well be the final turn.
Turning to face the starter. White flag is raised. Off and racing in the feature, the Grade 3 O'Driscoll's Irish Whiskey New Year's Day Chase, over 3 circuits, 17 fences ahead of them, and as they come to jump the first, Embassy Gardens with Manella Crooner towards the inside. Monty Starr jumped it towards the outer. Classic Getaway tracks the leaders on the inside of Braun as they continue up the straight on to fence number 2 in front of the stands, a fence they'll jump 4 times. And Embassy Gardens led from Manella Crooner. Monty Starr close on the outside. Behind them, Braun in the headgear. Near side Appreciated. Over on the inner is Classic Getaway, and held up at the back of the field in the early stages is Capadano as they turn to head on the uphill run. Embassy Gardens goes on under Michael O'Sullivan, followed by the favourite Monty Starr, Rachel Blackmore on the outside. Close up on the inner, Manella Crooner, Jordan Gainford, followed over that by Braun and Shane Fitzgerald. Appreciated, green and blue colours under Simon Torrens. The red and white of Classic Getaway as they jump the ditch for the first time. And head to the top turn. Capadano brings up the rear of the 7-runner field as they approach the next. This is number 4, Embassy Gardens by about 4 lengths. Monty Starr landed just second on the outside of Manella Crooner. 2.5 lengths or so then to the next trio. Braun between horses, inside Classic Getaway, outer Appreciated, and 2.5 lengths away to Capadano as they continue downhill on the far side of the track, nearing the completion of a circuit. The leader, Embassy Gardens, with the reduced advantage, only leads by about 1.5 lengths now to Manella Crooner. Close up on the outside is Monty Starr, followed to the elbow by Classic Getaway on the inside with Appreciated. Between them is Braun, and close up behind Capadano, just about 6 lengths covering the field as they head across to the first of the 2 fences that will bring them uphill past the stands. This is Fence number 6 coming up as Embassy Gardens leads the way. Manila Crooner to the inside. Monty Star close on the outer. Just behind them, Braun and Appreciated. Classic Getaway tucked away on the inside, and with the white cap at the back is Capodanno as they head on to the fence in front of the stands for a second time. Embassy Gardens out in front. Monty Star a definite second. Appreciated, improved up on the outside of Braun. Manila Crooner is on the rail. Capodanno has relegated Classic Getaway to be the back marker. Still 10 fences to jump as they head out on this circuit. In the lead by 4 lengths or so, Embassy Gardens from Monty Star on the outside of Manila Crooner. A break of about 3 then to Braun as they jump this one. Embassy Gardens, Monty Star is closed in second. Manila Crooner remains third on the inner. A break of a few lengths then to Appreciated, Braun, Classic Getaway, and to the outside Capodanno. As they turn at the top of the track, head to the fence opposite the stands. Embassy Gardens bowling along with a clear lead. Leads by about 5 lengths. Monty Star second with Manila Crooner to his inside. A break of almost 4 lengths then to Appreciated. Braun next. Classic Getaway, and at the back Capodanno. On the downhill run, Embassy Gardens, Michael O'Sullivan going along in front of Manila Crooner. Back up on the inside, Jordan Gainford. Monty Star to his outer, Rachel Blackmore. 2 lengths then to the next trio. The inside Classic Getaway, Danny Mullins. The outside Appreciated and Simon Torrens. Between them and the blinkers, the 2 shades of green, Braun, Shane Fitzgerald. Capodanno at the back where he's been from flagfall, but very much in touch as they make the turn that brings them across the bottom of the track. Still over a circuit ahead of them in the O'Driscoll's Irish Whiskey New Year's Day chase. Embassy Gardens from Monty Star to the outside of Manila Crooner. Close behind, Appreciated with Braun. Classic Getaway, a mistake there by Appreciated, lost a few lengths. As they continue up the straight to the fence that after another circuit will be their last. Embassy Gardens leads the field from Monty Star, Manila Crooner. Appreciated, Classic Getaway, Braun and Capodanno a bit closer on the outside as they pass the winning post and embark on their final circuit. The leader by 5, Embassy Gardens. Monty Star, the favourite, in second. Manila Crooner on the inside is third. Classic Getaway moves into fourth ahead of Braun and Appreciated and Capodanno. 5 fences from home, Embassy Gardens. Monty Star closing in second. Manila Crooner driven along in third. Classic Getaway to his outside. Behind them, Appreciated and Capodanno as they jump the ditch. Monty Star got a little close there. Turning to face the next, which is 3 from home. Embassy Gardens still out in front with a clear advantage. Jumps it about 4, maybe 5 in front. Monty Star second. Manila Crooner is on the inside in third, pushed along. And behind them, Classic Getaway, Appreciated, Capodanno, clear of Braun as they run downhill with a long run before they reach their second last fence. Embassy Gardens leads by about 6. Monty Star second. Manila Crooner, Classic Getaway, Appreciated and Capodanno in touch as they head to the elbow. That brings them across the bottom of the track. Embassy Gardens leads. Monty Star and Classic Getaway both closing now, second and third. Manila Crooner back and forth, then Appreciated. They're cleared of Capodanno. As they head across towards the second last, Embassy Gardens still out in front. Monty Star driven on the outside, Classic Getaway is trying to close. Coming to jump the second last, Embassy Gardens to the left. Monty Star in the centre, Classic Getaway is towards the outside between the last 2 fences. Embassy Gardens from Monty Star, they're cleared of Classic Getaway to the final fence. Embassy Gardens over, about 3 in front of Monty Star, and on the run in, Embassy Gardens and Michael O'Sullivan have made virtually all, will win the O'Driscoll's Irish Whiskey New Year's Chase for Willie Mullins. Monty Star second, followed home by Classic Getaway, Capodanno, Appreciated and Manila Crooner.
Yeah, it's good to hear from Frank Motherway, of course. Runs a hugely successful breeding operation in Yellowford Stud, just between Ardmore and Youghal, and himself and his wife Liz and all his family as well. Colin Motherway also hugely involved in a hugely successful operation. It's good to have him sponsoring here this afternoon, our feature event of the afternoon. And there is our 6 to 5 favourites. Number 4, Allegor de Vassy. Willie Mullins bidding for a treble here and bidding for a 4-timer after winning the opening race in Tramore today. As we spoke to Paul Townend after his first winner, Aurora Vega, very hard to have confidence in Allegor de Vassy because you don't know what Allegor de Vassy is going to turn up on the day. When she's good, she's very good, but when she's below par, she can be very disappointing, as she was in this race 12 months ago, and she finished 33 lengths behind the filly directly in behind her, the grey filly, Riviere de Tel, in this corresponding race. She's 6.5 lengths to make up with Limerick Lace as well, of course, on the Mare's Chase in Cheltenham, when Limerick Lace beat Allegor de Vassy's stable companion, and that was Dino Blue on that occasion. Limerick Lace there, she's in shot number 2, her second favourite as well. I thought coming here she'd take a bit of beating, despite, of course, obviously having to give that penalty away. And Limerick Lace, I know it was a below par effort, her first run of the season in the Betfair course at Haydock, but you'd always forgive one the first run of the season. She's back in her own company here now this afternoon, and Limerick Lace, first time I've seen her race in Ireland since she finished runner-up to Cocoa Beach of Gordon Elliott's in last season's Tri-Town. Hautuer is interesting, stable companion of Allegor de Vassy as well. Hautuer, of course, she's 2 from 4 over fences, including a grade 2. That was at Limerick, of course, last Christmas time when she beat St. Donna and Hermione Maker. Hermione Maker then came out in thirdless. The last time we saw Hautuer in action, January time, in grade 2, and turned that form around with her on the Limerick run. But she's interesting in her first run of the season. But for me, I thought Limerick Lace, with the benefit of that run, back in her own company today, just think she's an improved mare. She's rated 3 pounds higher than Allegor de Vassy. Used to bounce back after a very below par effort at Clonmel seasonal reappearance where she jumped quite poorly. Let's get up to Jerry for the feature.
The Frank and his Motherway of Yellowford and Drumlin Farms, John and Chich Fowler Memorial Irish EBF Mare's Chase. It's a grade 3. Over 2 3/4 miles, 13 fails to jump. It's Allegor de Vassy who strides on to make it. From Auturier on the inside, the grey Riviere de Tel, then Limerick Lace, who wasn't great at the first. And the back marker is her stable companion, Melina Girl. Fence 2 before the straight, and it's Allegor de Vassy the leader. Up and over from Riviere de Tel, and Hauturier, Limerick Lace, Melina Girl. Turning in for fences 3 and 4. It's Allegor de Vassy. Leading in, her conqueror of 12 months ago, Riviere de Tel, Red Cap, followed by Hauturier, Limerick Lace, and Melina Girl is the back marker. Nicely spaced out from first to last. They make tracks to fence number 4. And the leader is Allegor de Vassy and Paul Townend by a couple of lengths to Riviere de Tel and Sam Ewing, and then Hauturier, Sean O'Keefe, stable companion of the one in front, and then Limerick Lace, Mark Walsh. 5th of the 5 is Melina Girl and Sean Flanagan. Heading for the winning post the first time, having negotiated 4 of their 13 fences, it's Allegor de Vassy with a reduced advantage of 1.5 lengths over Riviere de Tel, who breaks a good 4 lengths clear of Hauturier in 3rd, then Limerick Lace, and finally Melina Girl. Making the bend towards the side of the track, where they will encounter 4 fences. It's Allegor de Vassy leading the way to Riviere de Tel, then Hauturier, Limerick Lace, and Melina Girl. At the 5th, jumping off to the right, Riviere de Tel, as they go to their first ditch. Allegor de Vassy, followed by Riviere de Tel. A few lengths cleared of Hauturier, Limerick Lace, and Melina Girl. The next plain fence, 3rd of the 4 on the uphill run. Up and over Allegor de Vassy from Riviere de Tel. Hauturier, Limerick Lace is running a little flat, has won behind Melina Girl. Now to the last of the four, having passed the halfway stage. Allegory Devassi continues up top from Riviere de Tel out in front of Arturier, then Limerick Lace, and finally Melina Girl. 10 furlongs to go. Now a significant run before they'll get to their next fence, as the two on the far side have been taken out. Allegory Devassi by less than 2 lengths to Riviere de Tel. 5-6 lengths clear of the third running Arturier, and then Limerick Lace. And last of all is Melina Girl in single file, racing to the final 9 furlongs. Another 5 fences left to jump as they bypass the two on the far side. Allegory Devassi and Paul Townend. The pole a lead of a couple of lengths over Riviere de Tel and Sam Ewing. A little bit closer in third and fourth respectively. Arturier, Sean O'Keefe, and alongside Limerick Lace, Mark Walsh out in front of the trailing Melina Girl and Sean Flanagan. Less than 7 furlongs to go. 5 fences to jump, and the Frank and Liz Motherway of Yellowford and Drumlin Farms, John and Chich Fowler Memorial EBF Mares Grade 3 Chase. It's Allegory Devassi, chased all the while by Riviere de Tel. As they arrive at 5 fences from the finish, 6 furlongs to go. Pushed away from that one, Riviere de Tel, as Allegory Devassi comes back to the point at which they started. Leading Riviere de Tel, moving after them in third is Limerick Lace, who's followed by Arturier, and Melina Girl has always been last. 4 fences left to go. Allegory Devassi still putting in a good shift over this one. From Riviere de Tel, who's come down, went to take the fence with her. Sam Young has quickly got to his feet, as Allegory Devassi has been left well clear now. After the departure of Riviere de Tel, Limerick Lace is trying to make an impact in second, and then Melina Girl, who relegates Arturier to be last of 4 that remain in the race, as Allegory Devassi has the other 3 off it and behind. Turns in for the final 2 fences, Allegory Devassi and Paul Townend. Way out in front with 2 fences left to jump. In second place is Limerick Lace, then Melina Girl. Arturier just appears in the straight. Allegory Devassi safely over the second last. There's just 1 fence to negotiate between her and victory, and the Frank and Liz Motherway of Yellowford and Drumlin Farms, John and Chich Fowler Memorial EBF Mares Grade 3 Chase and Glorious Isolation is Allegory Devassi and Paul Townend. From Limerick Lace and Melina Girl, who are failing to bridge the gap. Final fence coming up. It's Allegory Devassi and Paul Townend safely over, have made every single yard of the running. Underperformed on return, Allegory Devassi, but this is much more like it as she bounces back to form in the John and Chich Fowler Memorial. It is Allegory Devassi winning by a big margin, continuing a super start at 25 for Willie Mullins. Paul Townend both here and down at Tramore. Limerick Lace second, Melina Girl in third. Arturier will finish the course, a remote last of 4-5 having started.
That's more like it from Allegory Devassi. When she's good, as we said before. And Paul said that when we spoke to him after his first winner. But you just don't know what Allegory Devassi is going to turn up in the day. Today she was foot perfect. She jumped brilliant today. She did not jump at all well on her comeback run in her below par effort, of course. And that's good to see. Sam Ewing and Riviere de Tel none the worse from that heavy fall as well. Looked like it was only going to be a matter of time before she did come down, because she jumped violently to her right at each obstacle. But Allegory Devassi just let it bowl along in front end. That's her 5th win at graded level to go along with a listed win also. She jumped extremely well. Very disappointing effort by Limerick Lace. You knew your faith after jumping 2 fences with Limerick Lace. Lacklustre performance, never really travelled at all. Just see when Mark Walsh giving her a backhander, the tail is swished, never a good sign at all. And it'll be a watching brief at her going forward. He was forgiving her first run of the season and disappointing in the Betfair Chase, back in her own company here this afternoon. But as I say, she never travelled at all. Malina Girls run a cracker, and Hot You Are in seasonal reappearance. You can see very tired coming down to the second last. But Allegory Devassi gives Willie Mullins his 5th winner of the afternoon. He's landed both feature events here at Fairyhouse, and also, of course, New Driscoll's Irish Whiskey Chase with Embassy Gardens in seasonal reappearance. That was 20 minutes ago at Tramore, and he's a great start to 2025. That's a 5-timer so far. throughout the country for the champion trainer. Wins in the colours of Rich and Susanna Ritchie. Allegorda Vassi, that's her 7th win of her career. As we were saying beforehand, when she's good, she's very good, but you just don't know what Allegorda Vassi is going to turn up. But it was the good one today. She's brought her A game. She's really turned around that form. The Cheltenham Mare's Chase form with Limerick Lace, where she's 6 lengths to beat, find. And she's bounced back after a below par effort on her seasonal debut. She's jumped extremely well. And Paul Town has let her bowl along in her favourite front running tactics. Riviere de Tel tried to go after her, but the distress signals are coming out when she continuously jumped out to her right, eventually came down 3 out, leaving Allegorda Vassi to come home in her own time. And Malina Girl has picked up a little bit more valuable black type because she won a grade 3 at Cheltenham in November 2023. And Allegorda Vassi lands our feature event here of the afternoon. The Elliford and Drumlin John and Chich Fowler Memorial Irish European Breeders' Fund Mare's Chase.
We're back here in the autumn sunshine, or winter sunshine I should say, at Tramore ahead of the Mercedes-Benz Wexford rated novice chase. Michael O'Sullivan, who won the big one on Embassy Gardens, goes for a quick double here on Ted Walsh's Be Fierce, who's in shot. This one was a winner over hurdles at the meeting on October the 10th and has had a run over fences, and it wasn't a bad run either at Goran, albeit ultimately beaten a long way behind Noble Talent. Course form obviously counts for plenty, Lisa. We've said that a few times today. Would you give him a squeak?
Yeah, I just think I would be concerned a little bit about the ground, to be honest. He did win on yielding ground in October here. It's much more testing conditions today. I'm sure he will have learned plenty and will have improved plenty from that run at Gorham Park the last day. That was over the 2.5 mile trip. He drops back in trip as well today, but yeah, ground is my only concern. Michael O'Sullivan on board for the Ted Walsh team. Course form definitely is a positive though.
Next one along is number 11. This is Kazakh Dartel, who represents Gavin Cromwell here this afternoon. And Kazakh Dartel was a faller in the race at Fairyhouse, won by Majbur, obviously in much shallower waters today. That is for sure, but did have blood at the nose after that fall, Lisa. I mean, it's hard to know whether as a result of the fall or maybe he might have burst a blood vessel, but would it all add up to a watching brief today?
It definitely would. He's not the most straightforward type at all. He's a horse that actually was withdrawn after bolting to the start a couple of runs back. He's got the hood on. He's actually got the four-ring bit on. I call it a four-ring bit. I'm sure other people have a more articulate name for it, but it's a bit to give the jockey a little bit more leeway as well. So, look, I'm sure Connections will be hoping for a clear round with him today.
Shane Fitzgerald's in the plate this afternoon. Number 9 is next, Splashing Out, who's one of the best turned out. Mare who's a lot more talented than her record of 1 win from 18 starts would imply, but at the same time isn't coming into this in great form. Has a handicap rating of 110. Any chance of a revival with cheek pieces now going back on?
Yeah, it's interesting that they've put the cheek pieces back on. There could be every chance of a rekindling her form. She obviously steps back in trip today. She is a previous winner on heavy ground with cheek pieces on. That sole win came at Limerick last November. She does drop back in trip today, which maybe will be a positive, and she may well be able to build on that experience she has. Her rating over hurls is £10 higher than what she's actually is over fences and competes off today.
In fairness, she's another one who's been running a much stronger company than this race, is won by Il Atlantique and Lecky Watson on her last couple of starts. 10 then is Vaux Royal, who also ran in the beginners, won by Il Atlantique at Navan last time, beaten a long way that day. Jordan Gainford rides him, is a previous winner over hurdles. Lisa, any hope here?
Yeah, has been competing in what is competitive company on his couple of runs over fences so far. He does drop back in trip today. For me, I would be probably more inclined to fancy him when he goes into handicap company. He is an official rating over hurls of 109, so in the context of this race, he's more than competitive.
We'll have a look at Binks, number 4 there, the mare just going up on the left of the parade ring. A couple of wins here, one on this card last year, and now has her attentions turned to fences, but rated 110 over hurdles, which is the ceiling mark for running in this, Lisa. Could you see the case?
Yeah, potentially. She does like this track as well because both her wins over hurls have come at this track. This is her chasing debut coming from the Martin Hassett team, Ryan Tracy on board. She handles this ground, and I suppose my only concern is she hasn't really been sparkling in form of late, but maybe the switch to fences may reignite that spark.
And the other McManus runner there just going away from us is Crocora Hills, who hosed up in a handicap at Naas in March of 97. Went up to 109 after that. Just had the one run since in the beginner's chase, won by Ballyburn, obviously out of her depth there. But I'd imagine one for another day, Lisa. But the way she won that day at Naas, you'd think there's going to be more wins in her, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and she just may find this trip a little bit sharp for her on her second start over fences. The hood is applied today as well for this homebred, who is lightly raced. But yeah, a watching brief today.
Well, news just reaching us that the final fence is going to be taken out this time from this rated novice chase. They jumped them all in our feature earlier, but as you can see, the ground staff are making the necessary alterations. There's the shadow on the takeoff side of the fence, and Val O'Connell de Clark, of course, overseeing the move to take that fence out. So a bit less of a jumping test this time around, but we're running over the minimum trip here, so wouldn't have been due to be jumped as many times as was the case in the feature earlier on. 3-1 the field here, and the favourite is Gabriel Ranger, whose trainer John Murphy I spotted a little bit earlier on in the day. And Gabriel Ranger switching defences here, one of a couple of debutants over fences in the field, was a winner of a handicap Earl at Cork back in the autumn, and Cian Quirk takes 5 off his back today. Positive market support, Lisa?
Yes, has to be a positive. Looks like he is lining up to be nice and prominent on his chasing debut. He does drop back in trip today. I thought it was definitely a good encouraging run at Punchestown the last day in what was a relatively competitive race on soft ground. Cian Quirk on board, taking £5 off his back today. I suppose you just have to be concerned about the lack of experience, don't you?
Yes, would be a slight worry, all right, though. Fences here at Tramore not as stiff as at many tracks in the country that you might see elsewhere. Ballycashian is another one who warrants a mention here. Ballycashian, who's a 2-time winner, 109 rated over hurdles. Danny Mullins riding for his father, but cut no ice last time we saw him at Cork. Let's join Peter O'Hare.
Often
he showed enough pace there today because he went around behind. I thought Brian was going to make the running, but he changed his mind when Rachel, I think, elected to make it all. And Brian just sat in, and he said to me, Brian Hayes said to me afterwards that he had plenty of pace. And that's what he's shown Brian at home the few times he's ridden him work. But his pedigree is all stamina as well. He's by Cocorico, so he's... there's plenty of stamina there, so he's a horse I think will improve when he goes up and trip as well.
Just to recap yesterday, I didn't get to speak to you yesterday.
Most importantly, we got David Flynn's money. The David Flynn maiden hurdle. David used to own Scully that won the Triumph Hurdle, so every year I love going out to Tramore and taking it. Anyhow, yeah. So, anyhow, thank you again, David.
I just recap on yesterday. I was very taken by Saint Lucia.
Saint Lucia, yeah, she's a lovely filly. When she came, like a lot of the French horses, you know, they need a bit of time to acclimatise. She did, and her French form was nice, even though it was only one run. And I said we better run her if she's going to be any good. Let's find out. And she did it very well. I love the way she jumped. I love the way she galloped through the race, and then what she did. From the last bend home, you know, she just opened up. Paul said she was only getting going as they, after the last, she was only getting going. So she looks top drawer.
Quick word about your remaining runners. Champ Kiley, O'Muro Park, he was running some race when he fell at the last here.
Kiley would have the hurdle rating to go very close here. O'Muro Park was running a cracker against Impere Pass when he fell here. Didn't deserve to fall, he jumped so well. But unless fences bring out huge improvement in him with a clear round, the other fellow will go very close. And we've one other one.
Chosen Witness,
yeah. He's going to have to find a bit on form over hurled, but he has to start and get going.
Nice horse in the bumper as well, won a pint for Donegal.
That's right. I'm not sure how good he is by triple threat, I think. And he's fitting well, that's all I can tell you about him.
It's been a good start to 2025. Long may continue. Well done.
Thanks very much, Kevin. Cheers. Bye.
Well done. Thanks. Best runners heading down to the start. The extended 2-5 start for our sixth race. Penultimate race of the afternoon, the Bells Hill Beginners Chase. And there is our 5 to 4 on favourites. The chasing debutante, and it's the long absent Champ Kiley. Willie Mullins bidding for a across the card 6-timer here this afternoon. And Champ Kiley, Grade 1 winning hurdle, of course, when winning the Lawlers Hotel. Grade 1, that will be on Sunday afternoon. Of course, you watch it live on Racing TV at Nace, their biggest day of the year. He beat Irish Pint that day and beat him 2 1/4 lengths. And Irish Pint then, of course, we know, obviously misses this season, unfortunately, due to a setback. But he did chase home State Man on 2 occasions last season, English champion hurdle and then the champion hurdle at the Punchestown Festival. Champ Kiley didn't have the benefit of a start in a pint, but... Sorry, he did. He unseated a rider. Was only start in a pint. But 149 rated hurdler. He was 4 from 7 under rules, including a bumper as well. He sets a very good standard here. Great to see him back on the track. And he is the choice of Paul Townend. Clear around the jumping, as Willie said when we spoke to him. Disappointed if this horse gets beat. His 2 stable companions. He's joined by his 2 stable companions. Amuro Park. He fell on most recent start, and that was his first run over fence. He fell at the last that day, but this horse was running some race. He was obviously no match for Imperial Pass, the stable companion, but I thought he jumped really well on the whole, and he didn't deserve to fall. It was just a novice mistake to put him on the ground at the last. But it would have finished second to Imperial Pass. Has gone on and won Grade 1 level. Chosen Witness, he's a 134 rated hurdler as well. He's having a second start over fences. He finished 7th on his chasing debut. That was at Navan. Gordon Elliott's well represented as well with his runners. He's a duo of runners in it. My trump card, the mount of Sam Ewing, Clutis Pula. Of course, the mount of Danny Gilligan is bidding for a winner on the afternoon, or double in the afternoon. My trump card just never delivered what he promised to deliver, or earliest promise, and went forward from that. 6 and 7 fences 2 down the back are being omitted again for this race. But my trump card makes his debut over fences here this afternoon. He's won 2 of his 6 starts, and his last run, his first run of the season, he finished mid-div in a valuable handicap hurdle, of course, at Navan, and their big weekend as well. He's joined by stable companion Clutis Pula. He's rated 133 over hurdles. He's having a second start over fences, and he actually slipped when he fell at the first pass of stands on his chasing debut. That was won by Samajest and his stable companion runner-up Shannon Ryle. Of course, he won yesterday. That was at Tipperary on the 22nd of November. Attaboy Charlie then, worth to mention with a view to the future. Smart horse over hurdles, although he's only won the once. He's some good runs in defeat, lightly raced. He's having his 3rd run over fences. And I'm watching brief for him as best advised here this afternoon. Eddie Colley also amongst the winners here at his local track so far. I'd imagine Paul Townend is going to let this lad bowl along maybe on the front end. My trump card will probably want to go forward as well. Flags raised. Let's get up to Jerry.
The first of 13 fences, the Bells Hill Beginners Chase, 2 3/4 miles. And it is Champ Kiley, and on the inside, my trump card. With the 2, Chigoran and Cletus Pulo building up an advantage over Chosen Witness and Moore Park as they jumped their first fence. Untidy at the back was Isle of Sark. On they come to the second, and it's Champ Kiley in between Cletus Pulo and my trump card. Closely followed by Chigoran, 3 lengths to Chosen Witness and Moore Park. It was followed by Castlefield Boy, Attaboy Charlie, and the back marker is Isle of Sark. Turning into the straight for the first time, defenses 3 and 4. My trump card and Champ Kiley together, followed by Cletus Pulo, Chigoran, and Moore Park, and Chosen Witness. Tightly grouped, approaching the 3rd, 1 of 2 in the straight. And my trump card has blundered out of the saddle, Sam Ewing. There's half up Sam, leaving Champ Kiley with definite advantage over Cletus Pulo, Chigoran. On the left is Moore Park, followed by Chosen Witness, Castlefield Boy, Attaboy Charlie, And finally, Isle of Sark. Fence number 4. And the final fence next time. Champ Kylie jumped it well. Leads Claytus Pulo, Moore Park, Chosen Witness, Chigoran. Then Castlefield Boy, at the Boy Charlie. And last of all is Isle of Sark. Circuit in front of them. 9 fences left to be jumped. The Bells Hill Beginner's Chase. And it is Champ Kylie up to the bend, leading a length. Claytus Pulo, half clear of Chigoran in third, and then O'Moore Park and Chosen Witness. The back 3 are Castlefield Boy, at the Boy Charlie, and Isle of Sark. Going to the first of the 4 fences along the side of the track. As they go to the second of the 4, Sam Ewing has walked away from his fence fall in the straight. Champ Kylie, the leader from Claytus Pulo, followed by Chigoran, O'Moore Park to the inside, and then Chosen Witness. Castlefield Boy, at the Boy Charlie and Isle of Sark. One out of the last in this line. Bringing them inside the halfway stage. Champ Kylie, Paul Townend from Claytus Pulo and Danny Gilligan. Third is Chigoran and Dad O'Keefe. And then O'Moore Park, Sean O'Keefe, Chosen Witness alongside Mark Walsh. And then Castlefield Boy, Conor Smithers, at the Boy Charlie, Keith Donoghue. Still last is Isle of Sark and Harry Sexton. They're right up at the top of the track. 10 furlongs to go again. Missing out the 2 fences down the far side. Another 5 to jump. And it is Champ Kylie bowling along a length and a half in front of Claytus Pulo. 2 cleared of Chigoran in third. Moving into 4th is Chosen Witness, and then O'Moore Park. After the stable companions, at the Boy Charlie and Castlefield Boy, 5 lengths to Isle of Sark. Entering their final mile with 5 fences to jump, and it's Champ Kylie continuing up front with Claytus Pulo within 3 parts of a length. 2 lengths to Chigoran, then Chosen Witness, O'Moore Park, at the Boy Charlie, Castlefield Boy and Isle of Sark. 7 furlongs to go, 5 fences to jump, and this long distance Bells Hill Beginner's Chase. It's Champ Kylie, followed by Claytus Pulo, then Chigoran, Chosen Witness, at the Boy Charlie, O'Moore Park on the inside, and then Castlefield Boy, who is in touch. Clear break then to Isle of Sark. Over 5 fences from the finish, and it is Champ Kylie joined by Claytus Pulo. Building up a bit of an advantage over Chigoran and Chosen Witness as they pass their point of departure. O'Moore Park next on the inside, followed by Boy Charlie and Castlefield Boy. 4 fences to jump, matching strides, Champ Kylie and Claytus Pulo. Nothing between them. Coming into the 4th last fence, it's Claytus Pulo landing the fractional leader from Champ Kylie. A good 3.5 in front of Chosen Witness, Chigoran, O'Moore Park, at the Boy Charlie and Castlefield Boy, the 3rd last fence on the home turn. Champ Kylie just rose first from Claytus Pulo as they run back for home. Then Chosen Witness closer in 3rd on the outside of Chigoran, who's now nudged along O'Moore Park, creeping through on the inside. Round the bend for home with 2 fences to jump. It's Champ Kylie from Claytus Pulo, who's now been asked for effort. Then Chigoran on the outside, Chosen Witness over the far side is O'Moore Park. As they come away from the 2nd last is Champ Kylie from Claytus Pulo, followed by O'Moore Park and then Chigoran and Chosen Witness. They've got 1 fence left to jump in the Bells Hill Beginner's Chase, and it is Champ Kylie starting to apply a little bit of pressure from O'Moore Park. Claytus Pulo drops back, and then Chigoran and Chosen Witness, and at the final fence it's Champ Kylie over, has widened the lead. O'Moore Park's down at the last, takes an ugly looking fall. It is Champ Kylie on his first crack at fences, is set to defy a long absence. On reappearance, it's 4 out of 4 for Paul Town and Willie Mullins on New Year's Day here at Fairyhouse. 2nd is Chigoran, Chosen Witness 3rd, Claytus Pulo is 4th.
Yes, a good day gets even better for trainer Willie Mullins. It's a 6-timer across both meetings, landing both feature events on both cards here and at Tramore, and it's 4 from 4 for Paul Townend on his 4 rides this afternoon. This horse jumped brilliantly after being off for well over a year and a half. This former Grade 1 winner, of course, It'll be 2 years on Sunday since he won that Grade 1 at the Nace, the Grade 1 Lawless Hotel. He's jumped fantastically. He did have the benefit of a run. There's O'Moore Park for a second time. Thankfully, both he and Sean O'Keefe none the worse from that fall, and for the second time both his runs over fences. He's come down at that same fence here at Fairyhouse, and he did jump well on the way around, to be fair to him. Shigerin, that's run a cracker back in second as well, and for trainer Henry de Bromhead on his first run of the season too, on his first run over fences, and hadn't seen him since, finishing down the field in the Albert Bartlett. But an excellent round of jumping, I felt, by Cham Kiley. And for a horse that had been off for so long, a lot of times you would see those type of horses running a bit fresh and gassy and with a choke out. This horse settled well. He was just in Paul's hands, but he jumped brilliantly and looked unnatural over obstacles. Did have a run in upon a pint when he unseated, and he's got his chasing career off in splendid fashion here this afternoon. Big run by Shigerin on his first start over fences also, and Chosen Witnesses run nicely to finish third on his second start. But it's been a cracking day for Willie Mullins, cracking day for Paul Townend. 4 rides, 4 winners, and if this horse stays right, he's a real exciting staying chaser going forward. My trump card, he just stepped straight into that second last for the circuit to go, gave Sam Ewing no chance. Quickly Sam Ewing was to his feet, and Clutis Poulaz jumping well as well. As I say, he was unlucky to fall. There was more slip going into a fence the last day, and just landed spread eagled at the back of the first pass of stands in Tipperary. But a faultless round of jumping by our 6th winner of the afternoon. Brings up a 6-timer so far for Willie Mullins, and 4 for stable jockey Paul Townend.
We've got a very warm favourite for our final event here at Tramore. It's the Tom Carroll Memorial Handicap Chase. It is this mare in shot, 8 on May, who had a tremendous time of things in the early part of 2024, winning 4 times over hurdles. And she does look on a very nice mark over fences by comparison. That said, she didn't take advantage of that at Galway last time. It was a bit of a drifter that day and had a rather unusual unseat in the closing stages of a race won by Doonbeg Don, but the market seems to be speaking in her favour today, Lisa. Would you give her another chance?
Yes, I think considering that it speaks volumes. I saw it jumped relatively well at Galway. It was dropped in, never really got involved, and obviously looked to veer to its left, an unseat rider just before the third last fence. Yeah, obviously a previous winner over fences as well, so has been shown herself to be well able to jump well in the past. She just remains very interesting off a £35 lower mark over fences. You would imagine she's capable of capitalising on that.
Let's drop back to number 4, which is a horse with a similar-ish kind of profile, Ishan, rated 95 over fences, but 3-time winner over hurdles, rated 111 in that discipline. So not such a big discrepancy between the two, but only had 3 runs in chases, Lisa. Could be potential off this mark, would you say?
Yes, very much so, and steps back up to a more favourable trip today. I think the run in Clonmel the last day would have blown away the cobwebs over a trip that was probably a little bit short. Has an unexposed profile coming into this, and I think conditions should suit the fact to back up in trip. And runner-up on one of its 3 chase starts has shown that he has capability of jumping well and running well in this kind of a discipline. So I certainly would think is more than capable of potentially putting it up to the favourite.
Let's have a look at number 15. If we just pan back to the left here, please, Keane, we'll find the reserve who's in. This is the Dooner Citizen, bidding to put the seal, just going past us on the left, on what would be quite some afternoon for Michael O'Sullivan. He's just ridden the last 2 winners, including the feature on Embassy Gardens. And the Dooner Citizen was a bit of a market springer at Cork last time in Hillyway Chase Day. He finished 3rd to 1 and only in a hurdle race that day. Now has his attention turned to chasing. Obviously his jumping has to be taken on trust, Lisa, but he is at least coming into it in a good vein of form.
Yeah, he is. Obviously making his chasing debut today. Has got point-to-point experience in the bag, so that should be a help. Obviously stepping into handicap company, he's up against more experienced rivals today. He's got that tongue strap and cheek pieces on as well. Michael O'Sullivan takes over from his brother Alan O'Sullivan today, and yeah, look, if he takes to chasing, he very well could be a factor in this, and it could bring out a little bit more form to his name.
Let's pick up a couple more before we wrap up. Number 2, if we just swing back to the left again, please, is Malheur Appeal. He was runner-up to Rochestown in this race 12 months ago. Malheur Appeal, who recorded his only success today at Wexford back in the spring. But talk about bumping into one, was second to Flicker of Hope on his next run at Wexford. That horse just recently won a 100 grand handicap hurdle at Navan and won at the Galway Festival in between. He didn't run too badly himself at Galway when last seen. Could you give him a chance? Yes,
I definitely would. He was a winner at Wexford in May time over fences, and he has gone up £10 for that. That win over fences was the last time we actually seen him over fences as well. And he's gone up plenty in the handicap, but he does stay well. He handles this testing ground as well, so there's plenty of positives, and Brian Hayes on board. I think he has to appeal to plenty.
And one more we might have a look at, number 3, the next one on Midweek Voices. Who's still a maiden after 10 stars. Didn't run too badly here last time behind Jouster, and that's not bad form by any stretch. Goes into a handicap for the first time now of a mark of 97 yard. Had one run well earlier on at a decent enough price. One of the more interesting ones, I thought, Lisa, at bigger prices.
Yeah, I have to agree. He's probably been competing in some okay beginners chases so far, and steps into handicap company for the first time, trying this trip for the first time. He's probably been less than fluent at his obstacles in the past, but I do think he's starting to get the hang of things, and he could go quite well considering the price he is.
So we've come to the final event of the day here at Tramore. Just waiting for confirmation about whether the final fence is going to be emitted here. Again, we're expecting it will be. That's Clockett, of course. Val O'Connell just going out for a look. And down the park, just going past him there on the way to post. An 18-1 shot currently. But market suggesting it's all about Aon May today. 6-4 about the Burns runner, who now bids to cash in on that tempting chase mark. Hopefully we'll have the white smoke any second now, and we're hearing it is omitted once again, so no great surprise there. Final fence is out, and obviously this time we're going the best part of 2 miles and 7 furlongs, so we'll make it a considerably less of a jumping test. 6-4 down about Aon May. Lisa, is there any each way angle against the market leader, do you think?
Potentially we could give a mention to Lillian Bland, Richie Deegan on board for Niall Patrick Hennessy. This horse was actually third in this race last year in the white and blue stripes there lining up to the foreground. Looks as if it's going to be nice and prominent. She actually was a winner a couple of 4 starts back, I think it was, and probably, look, she went up about £8 for that win. I suppose maybe she's in the grasp of the handicapper now, but there's every chance she could still run well in what looks like a wide open contest, that she could probably make cases for plenty of them.
Interesting move to leave the hood off Lillian Bland today, which she's been wearing in recent starts, and she's actually stepping up in distance here as well, but Connections have dispensed with the headgear on this occasion. And Richie Deegan is in the plate. 12-1 shot currently, but still 6-4. Strong favourite Aon May. Ishan at 6-1 is second best in the market, and there is a few quid knocking about, it looks like, for midweek voices on the handicap debut. Potential improver there for Owen Doyle and Hugh Morgan lining up right in the centre there, the dark blue with the orange hoops on the sleeves. But almost at post time now, making our way in towards the tape for the finale, the Tom Carroll Memorial Handicap Chase, and with our thanks, it's up to commentator Peter O'Hare for the final time.
They're on the move now forward towards the starter. Walking in again. Failing to go a second time. White flag raised, off from a standing start for the Tom Carroll Memorial Handicap Chase. Jumping 13 fences with the last fence omitted, and as they head to the first, the orange and black of MacIver towards the outside, Western Commander towards the inner. Ahead of Midweek Voices, also close up is Ishan as they head up the straight, bypassing this fence and heading up to pass the judge with 3 circuits ahead of them. MacIver going along in front of Western Commander in second. The blue and white colours of Bulk with Ishan. Midweek Voices on the rail. Malheur Appeal to the outside in green and white. The favourite Aeon May tracks them. Just ahead of Have You Seen the Rain? Then Lillian Bland, the final trio in the early stages, towards the inside Ardfert Mary, with alongside the Dooner Citizen, and bringing up the rear as they head away from the first. A mistake there by the Dooner Citizen. Also towards the back is Down the Park as they jump the ditch for the first time. Number 3, and make the top turn. MacIver goes along in front, leads by 6 or 7 lengths to Western Commander. Ishan in bulk towards the outside. Midweek Voices with that group, a break of a few lengths then to Aeon May with Malheur Appeal, a length and a half to Lillian Bland. Green colours on the outside Down the Park. And they're followed downhill on the far side by Ardfert Mary at the back. The Dooner Citizen just ahead of Have You Seen the Rain as they continue downhill about 10 lengths covering the field. MacIver, Keen Quirk going along in front, leads by just over a length to Western Commander. Shane Fitzgerald second. Around the outside Malheur Appeal has improved under Brian Hayes. Just behind him Ishan Philip Enright towards the inside, the blue and orange of Midweek Voices, Hugh Morgan. Up on the outer a bit closer, Down the Park, and Liam Quinlan with that group is in bulk Mike O'Connor. Behind them Aeon May, Philip Burns towards the inside of Lillian Bland and Richie Deegan as they come to the fence that'll bring them up the straight. Have You Seen the Rain is next with Philip Donovan towards the outer. In the centre, Michael O'Sullivan on the Dooner Citizen. Towards the inside is Ardfert Mary and Danny Mullins as they continue up the straight for the second time. Still over 2 circuits ahead of them. MacIver lobbing along in front. Up on the outside, the pale green colours of Down the Park. Malheur Appeal, the green and white between horses. Ishan tracks them in fourth. Western Commander on the rail is next with Aeon May, a little closer between horses. On her outside is Midweek Voices as they make the turn, head to the first of the 2 uphill fences. Struggling at the back is Have You Seen the Rain as MacIver led over that fence by 4 or 5 lengths to Western Commander. Improving is Aeon May. Still there the outside, Malheur Appeal with the Midweek Voices as they clear that one. Also in that group Down the Park. To the fence opposite the stands, MacIver with a clear advantage. As they head away from it, MacIver leads by the best part of 6 lengths. Aeon May, Western Commander. Down the Park, Midweek Voices. Ishan next, and then Ardfert Mary. Behind Ardfert Mary, the stripes of Lillian Bland. Malheur Appeal is dropped back. Dooner Citizen in bulk, and they're clear of Have You Seen the Rain. As they continue towards the elbow, that'll bring them across the bottom of the track towards the straight. Still over a circuit ahead of them. MacIver leads by a couple of lengths. Aeon May in the cheek pieces, close up, but on the outside Down the Park. Western Commander just behind him, with Midweek Voices in 5th spot. Ishan next. And they're followed across by Ardfert Mary on the inside of an improving Lillian Bland. Nudged along Malheur Appeal. Then the Dooner Citizen as they head across to the fence that'll bring them up the straight. On the inside, MacIver with Aeon May. Down the Park out, keeping to the outside in pale green colours. Western Commander is just behind the leaders towards the inside with Midweek Voices. Pulled up at the back, Have You Seen the Rain? As they head up the straight, bypassing this fence and heading out for the final time in our finale, the Tom Carroll Memorial Handicap Chase. MacIver has been in front from flagfall. Aeon May in the diamonds, with Midweek Voices. Down the Park the outside. Ishan is 5th. Western Commander on the rail next with Ardfert Mary and Lillian Bland. A break of over 3 lengths to the Dooner Citizen, clear of Malheur Appeal in bulk in rear. 4 fences from home. And away from it, MacIver from Aon May sharing second spot with Midweek Voices to the outside. Just behind them, Western Commander still in touch down the park towards the outer. The leader, MacIver, got in a bit close there, but leads as they turn to face the fence on the far side, which is their second last. MacIver by 2 lengths. Midweek Voices, Aon May. Down the park is next, and they're chased downhill by Ardfert Mary trying to stay on. Western Commander, Ishan, and the Dooner Citizen. Continuing on, with over half a mile to race. MacIver chased by Aon May, Midweek Voices, a break to down the park. Back in 4th position, trying to close again. A further break then of 4 or 5 lengths to Ardfert Mary. The Dooner Citizen driven along, trying to make some headway on the outside of Western Commander. As they head to the elbow, that'll bring them across to the second last. MacIver by a bare length. Aon May second. Midweek Voices now driven along in 3rd. They're clear by 6 or 7. 2 down the park as they head across towards the final fence. MacIver has been in front from the start. Aon May chasing in 2nd. Midweek Voices in 3rd. At the final fence, MacIver, Aon May has refused. Aon May refused and unseated Philip Burns, and that leaves MacIver out in front, clear of Midweek Voices. The Dooner Citizen is back in 3rd. On the run in, MacIver has made all, is clear by 15 lengths as they go to the line. MacIver and Keane Quirk will win the finale by a wide margin. Midweek Voices second. The Dooner Citizen will fill the 3rd spot, and Western Commander back in 4th.
Weak in the market, but he is a half brother, numerous winners, including the Grade 1 winner. There is number 3, our favourite, Drop a Treat even. Willie Mullins bidding for a treble this afternoon, and Patrick Mullins, as we saw in the parade beforehand, quite a nervous type. This individual looked in the parade beforehand, and Patrick elected to take another turn around the parade as the rest of the horses left, and he's taking his way, taking the son a triple treat down nice and steadily to the 2 mile start. Willie Mullins bidding for a 7-timer on the day. Drop a Treat, impressive winner when trained by Donegal Doyle to win his only start at Castletown Gagan. He beat Synchronist 12 lengths that day. Now Synchronist had a couple of runs for Sarah Humphreys crossing the UK without success. Looks limited regards ability, but Passenger then is obviously interesting. Dermot Wells' horse was well touted debut. Good family out of the good mare Profound Beauty. I think was placed in the Melbourne Cup back in the early 2000s. But a couple of winners have come out of that run, out of that bumper win. But it's interesting that we haven't seen him since then. Ballysax Hank is not a bad individual, finished in behind him on that occasion. And mixed messages from the form. Chart topper, I think, was 3rd that day of Willie's, and that's gone on and won a couple. And obviously it has to be respected. Rare bumper runner for trainer Dermot Wells these days. But if you were just to pick a horse looking at them in the parade ring, Gordon Elliott's a real standout. Plenty of size, scope and presence about him. It's just interesting to see, will Willie's horse settle here? Has the hood on him for a reason, but just looked like Patrick was just having to keep the lid on him in the parade ring as well. Paddy McGee's there is just having a look around, turned the wrong way. Looks like he's going to go forward as well. Good deal, and didn't run too bad behind William Moy. Let's go up to Jerry.
The jump into January at Fairyhouse bumper. The early leader is Good Deal, followed by Casterly Rock. On the outside is Drop a Threat, who's followed by No Present Like Time. Passengers, Black Jacket on the outside of Largy Belter. Up the inner is As You Main. At the rear, both the Lookout Man, and in the checks is Super Fly. It's Good Deal, the leader, by less than 2 lengths to Drop a Threat, who moves off into 2nd place ahead of No Present Like Time. On the inside is Casterly Rock, being followed round the bend by As Your Main. And then Largy Belter, making the bend to meet Rising Ground up along the side of the track. Good Deal, the leader from out wide, Drop a Tread. Drop a Tread followed by No Present Like Time. More to the inside is Casterly Rock, who's been followed by Largy Belter, and as your main passenger is two behind Superfly and the Lookout Man. Continuing uphill along the side of the track, and it's Good Deal, Owen Finnegan leading Drop a Tread, Patrick Mullins, No Present Like Time, Harry Swan third, and then Casterly Rock, Paddy O'Brien, Largy Belter, Stephen Connor next on the outside, followed by As Your Main, then Passenger, Superfly, and shuffle back to last place by 3 lengths, the Lookout Man. Right up at the top of the track, 10 furlongs to go, and it's Good Deal, joined by Drop a Tread, building up a 3 lead over No Present Like Time, 2.5 in front of an improving Superfly, who goes past both Largy Belter and Casterly Rock, and then As Your Main, Passenger, one from the end, and bringing up the rear is the Lookout Man as they get stretched out, reaching the halfway stage. The final race to jump into January at Fairyhouse Bumper. Good Deal, followed by Drop a Tread, and third is No Present Like Time. Just shading the fourth is Largy Belter from Casterly Rock, and then Superfly. Passenger is two behind, As Your Main, who's lost ground, and finally the Lookout Man. Inside the final 7 furlongs, they're tightening up. It's Good Deal by 3 parts to Drop a Tread. Much closer in third is No Present Like Time, followed by Casterly Rock, and then Largy Belter, Superfly, Passenger, As Your Main, and finally the Lookout Man. 6 furlongs to go. Good Deal continues at the head from Drop a Tread. Just third is No Present Like Time from Casterly Rock, followed by Largy Belter, 2 lengths back to Passenger, and then Superfly, the Lookout Man, relegates the struggling As Your Main to be the back marker. Racing inside the final 4.5 furlongs, working back for the home straight, and it's Good Deal from Drop a Tread. No Present Like Time in between them. These are being followed by Casterly Rock, and then Largy Belter, running round the home turn. It's Good Deal, as if yet to be headed, followed by Drop a Tread. No Present Like Time, Casterly Rock, Largy Belter tracks them on the turn, and then Superfly and Passenger and the Lookout Man leaving behind As Your Main. Running round the home turn, less than 3 furlongs to go. The jump into January at Fairyhouse Bumper. It's Good Deal, followed by No Present Like Time. Drop a Tread has cut out quickly. Casterly Rock begins a run in between the 2 leaders, followed by Largy Belter, and then Passenger inside the final quarter. It's still Good Deal, the leader. From Casterly Rock, No Present Like Time, Largy Belter and Passenger, well cleared of Superfly, racing to the final furlong. Can Good Deal see them all off one by one from Casterly Rock? No Present Like Time, staying on Largy Belter on the outside, followed by Passenger, less than 150 yards to go. It's Good Deal from Largy Belter, Casterly Rock, and rattling home in between the Passenger, but Good Deal has made it in the last from Largy Belter, Passenger, Casterly Rock, No Present Like Time. All but pulled up, Drop a Tread.
Yeah, we've had a 20-1 winner of our bumper. It's gone the way of Paddy McGee's Good Deal, local train winner, and given a fine front-running ride by Owen Finnegan. This lad's impressed me with a couple of winners I've seen him ride. Quite tidy, polished. He said even fractions on the front end, and Good Deal was spot on his seasonal reappearance as well. He was off nearly a year after finishing third to William Money of Barry Connells in a bumper at Navan, and this horse has done it the hard way. And as I say, Paddy McGee has had this horse spot on and gets off the mark his 3rd time of asking. He showed plenty of promise on his 2nd bumper. He ran in this bumper, corresponding bumper last season, but it was really taking performance here today to do it the hard way. First run in near enough a year as well. Triple threat. He was beat a long way out. As you could see here, Patrick Mullins, before turning into the straight, I thought the stress signals are out, and he stopped very quickly. Quite a nervous-looking individual in the predicting beforehand. And I thought Gordon Elliott's horse, No Present Like Time, was going to give the eventual winner most to do. Casterly Rock's run a cracker for Pat Collins in debut with Pat O'Brien, son of Lauro, and Passenger. It didn't look like he was going anywhere at one stage. He was ridden quite patiently for a turn of foot, but he's a horse that you might want to ride a little bit more prominently. Profound Beauty, she was a filly who needed every yard of 2 miles on the flat in the finish up, and as a Passenger win plenty of races going forward, definitely over a trip, and he quickened up well. Just when they've injected a bit of pace into the race, he's caught a bit flat-footed, but he's finished his race off well. As I say, it's a good performance by the winner, Good Deal. Good training performance by Paddy McGee, son of Ivawood. You wouldn't have thought be crying out for 2 miles jumping. Ivawood, of course, a smart horse, and when he was a sire, of course, standing in this side of the world, he was, you see, I think, obviously horse winning over a far shorter trip on the flat. Largy Belter is good winner, and as I say, given a fine front running ride by Owen Finnegan. It's a hard thing to do, and he got the fraction spot on in a willing partner underneath. And big run by Largy Belter also, no present like time. He looks like a horse who will want to step out and trip. Passenger, similar applies. Castle Rocks run a cracker, and Drop a Threat, very disappointing indeed. Stop very quickly. Yes, you're just seeing Good Deal benefit from a really good front-running ride by Owen Finnegan to win her last. Bounced out, made all Owen Finnegan rode with loads of confidence for local trainer Paddy McGee as well. He'd made his debut in this corresponding bumper last season. It was the first time he saw him in action since finishing third to Barry Connell's William Money in a bumper at Navan back in the 20th of January of last season. But a good training performance by Paddy McGee and an equally good front-running ride by our winning rider Owen Finnegan. To bring the curtain down on what's been a cracking day's race. It's been a cracking day for trainer Willie Mullins, and our feature event, the Yellowford and Drumlin John and Chich Fowler Memorial Irish European Breeders' Fund graded chase was won by Ali Gordafassi. She bounced back, and when she's good, she's very good, and she's bounced back from below par effort, and she didn't jump with any fluency in her first run of the season. That was a Clonmel. Bounced out in her customary front-running tactics, jumped from fence to fence, and as I say, was quite impressive indeed to land our feature event from a lacklustre performance by Limerick Lace, who, of course, had finished 6.5 lengths in front of her in the mare's chase at Cheltenham last season. She was never travelling. She was a distant long way back in second. Cham Kiley brought the four-timer up for trainer Willie Mullins and Paul Townend here at Fairyhouse. Very impressive performance in the colours of Mick Masterson. Cham Kiley, former Grade 1 winner. We hadn't seen him for well over a year and a half. He won the Grade 1 Lawlor's Hotel, of course, at Naas 2 years ago, and he jumped extremely well. He really took the fences, and as I say, he's jumped from fence to fence and has put up a really impressive performance. Shigerin back in second has run a cracker, and stable campaign Chosen Witness was back in third. First leg of the four-timer here at Fairyhouse for trainer Willie Mullins was Aurora Vega. She bounced back from a very below par effort at Wexford over the October bank holiday weekend, which she's found to be clinically abnormal that day. She's bounced out this triple bumper winner and has made all to beat Monja Bello, who's run a cracker for the Crawford Crawford's back in second, first run since June. Half an hour later, Sounds Victorious, of course, got off the mark second time of asking over hurdles, and this horse, he can upgrade his performance, and I'd say he was only half doing what he can do, and when he steps forward up and trip, there'll be plenty to be won with him. Wouldn't be a Fairyhouse over Christmas without Eddie Cawley getting on the score sheet. Must Go Now, of course, got off the mark on his fifth run handicap company, and John Story ran out a good winner for trainer Liam Cusack in one of her handicaps in the hands of Danny Gilligan.